All right, today's scenario is going to be the opposite of what we had yesterday afternoon. Yesterday, we were working with an accrual balance reset import template, a template that was copied from the gold template, the library of templates that you'll have you'll be using after the class. And that's most of what you're going to be doing after the class. When you're working with your customers, you'll be working with some templates that we already have started. But every once in a while, you'll be presented with a need that we don't already have a template to use as a starting point. In which case, you'll have to create your own template. But the way we create templates is we create them from a framework, an import framework or an export framework. And the frameworks are kind of like the base code, if you will, that we use for creating integration templates from. But you'll have access to the import and export framework as well, if that's what you want, if that's what you need. And I'll talk about the request process tomorrow. For how we go about requesting these things. But the import framework doesn't actually do anything. It's just base code. It's placeholders for a bunch of programming. It's a basic structure. And we use that for creating our integration templates from. And there's a process that we go through to do that. Because we don't know what you're going to use the import or export framework to create, it's not pre-configured for any specific transaction. It's flexible enough that it can be configured for any transaction, but you have to do the analysis of what is the API that I'm going to use? What do the requests need to look like? What are the responses going to look like? What am I going to need for data transformations? What are my source data going to look like? You know, there's some analysis that you have to do up front before you can sit down and do the programming. And then the programming, there's a process to follow that works you through the programming in the framework, kind of shape by shape, process by process, until you turn it into a transaction-specific functioning template. So that process is what we need to talk about this morning and this afternoon. It's a big lab that we're doing today. But it walks us through all of that, from the analysis to the programming, the entire process. So again, we're using two different terms here, a framework and a template. A framework doesn't actually do anything. It's just standard structure. It gives all of our templates the same structure. That's why they'll all look the same to you, because they were all built off of the same framework. It's a template that actually does something, some transaction-specific use case. All right, so those are two different terms here. But in the framework programming that's provided, there is a lot of lessons learned over the years, a lot of recommended practices that we've picked up, and a lot of programming that just always has to be done is already done for you, so that you don't have to recreate that every time. But there are some lessons that we've learned over the years, things like make sub-processes reusable wherever possible. That's why we'll set the callback status outside of the callback sub-process. It makes that sub-process reusable. Or we'll set the file name to retrieve outside of the SFTP sub-process. That makes that sub-process reusable. So you'll see us doing things like that. We've also learned the hard way to keep our designs as flat or shallow as possible. Right, so Boomi would allow us to have a process that calls a sub-process, that calls a sub-process, that calls a sub-process. But the deeper you go in terms of levels, the harder it is to follow the flow, not just as a developer, but also as a troubleshooter as well. So we have a framework design that only has to go down like 4 or 5 levels to be able to do everything you need to do. And I think in the beginning we were going down like almost 10 levels, and it was really hard to follow the flow. So the framework that we have now is much better. Controlled batching is also already in place for you. So I mentioned yesterday the importance of using a multi-API versus a single API for performance reasons. So since our integrations are working with batches of records that were read off of a source, we assume that you're going to be using a multi-API, which means you're going to have to batch records. And that batching logic is already included in the framework structure for you. I also mentioned yesterday how we organize all the process properties that we use functionally, right? So that's already set up in the framework as well. Status code routing on all API calls. I wish every time we made an API call that it resulted in a 200 success, but that's just not the case, right? Sometimes we get a 400, which is bad request. Sometimes we get a 207, which is partial success if you're using a multi-API. We have to be prepared for all of that. So you'll see that that status code routing is already programmed into the framework programming, so that all we have to do is tap into that. What do you want to do if you get a 200? What do you want to do if you get a 207? Better use of notify shapes and exception shapes. So I mentioned yesterday that it's important to look for where bad things can happen and intentionally throw an exception, catch the exception with a try catch, and then end an integration gracefully, but at least let the user know it failed. Don't let an integration simply abort if you can prevent it. Because if an integration aborts, the last thing the user saw was the integration was in progress. So they're just staring there at that in progress tile, and it's not doing anything. So we want to make sure that we look for where bad things can happen, throw an exception, catch the exception, and end the integration gracefully. So the exception logic for where bad things can happen, you'll see has already started for you. Better use of notify shapes. A notify shape is used to write a message into the process reporting logs. And, I've been a programmer for, in one respect or another for 35 years. And one of the things that's always been true, no matter what programming language I'm using, is that as a programmer, logging is only as good as you make it. So if you have an opportunity to put good messages into the logs, that can help you with troubleshooting later on. You'll see us use notify shapes, for example, at the beginning of the integration run when we're trying to figure out what value do I want to use for a process property. Is it a default value? Is it a value that came in from extensions? Is it a value that was provided by a user at runtime? Once we make that determination of what value we want to use for a particular process property, we'll use a notify shape that says, at this point in the processing, here are the values that are being held in these process properties. Calculating counts from responses. Keep in mind that Boomi is a document processor, and it has document counts. But if we're using a multi-API, we could be putting 100 punches into a single request document. But the Boomi's document counts will tell us that one document went in, one document came out. It doesn't know that inside that document was 100 punches. We're going to need record counts for our run summaries, not document counts, record counts, right? The users want to know how many punches went in, not how many JSON documents were processed. So we can't rely on Boomi's document counts for our run summaries. So we're going to have to do our own counting. We're going to have to split out all the individual successes and errors out of these response documents so that we can provide we can calculate those record counts as we go through. So you'll see that counting logic is already in place for you in the framework. So the big wins for us on the support side is that this is a repeatable framework. This is what gives all of our templates the same look and feel. This is what allows us to be, we can develop new templates very quickly because the framework already has most of what we need in place, or if it's not exactly what we need, it's something that can be easily tailored to what we need. So this is what allows us to be very efficient. This is what allows all of our templates to have the same look and feel, which makes us be able to work with those templates more efficiently. All right, so this is a fantastic approach. Data sheets are provided or actually created whenever whenever my team creates a new template and puts it into the library of templates. It's not just a template, it's a data sheet that is the documentation intended for the integration consultant to use to know how to work with that template, right? So what does the source file look like? What are the control process properties? What are the APIs being called? Is there a cross-reference table being used? All the things that an integration consultant needs to know when working with templates. So if my team has created a template from the framework, there's also a datasheet documentation that goes along with it. All right. So I mentioned yesterday that all integrations designed to get kicked off by WFM use a web service start shape. And the reason why we use a web service start shape is that we use the listener operation to receive an XML file that's coming in from WFM at the start of the integration run. Because there's some important information generated by WFM at the start of the integration that needs to get sent down and our programming needs to pick up. And the XML is a set of process properties that's being sent down, as you can see here. And I'm not going to go through what all the process properties are, but there are 3 or 4 that I want to call out specifically. The first one is a process property called Falcon Execution ID. And Falcon, if you're not aware of this, was the original name of Dimensions. Before we released it to customers, it was Project Falcon in engineering. And then shortly before we released it to customers, marketing came in and said, no, we're not going to call it Falcon. We're going to call it Kronos, Workforce Dimensions. But behind the scenes, for those of us that can see behind the scenes, it's still Falcon. And every once in a while, marketing will lose their mind and decide to rename the product. But whatever they rename it to, and now it's UKG Pro Workforce Management, which is a mouthful, which just tells me at some point they're going to lose their like for that too, and they'll rename it to something else in the future. But whatever. For those of us that can see behind the scenes, it's still Falcon. So the Falcon Execution ID is the integration execution ID from the WFM side. And we need that for the callback API calls. I need to set the integration status for this particular integration execution to in progress. I need to set the status for this particular integration execution to completed, and here's the run summary totals for this particular execution. You may run the same integration a number of times, but every time you run it, it's a new execution ID. So we need that for all the callbacks. That's generated by WFM. It needs to get sent down so our programming can pick that up. Another thing that gets generated by WFM is a cookie. And a cookie is made up of 2 fields, an integration token and integration service identifier key. These 2 things together make up a cookie. And we're going to use that cookie for the authorization header of all the API calls. Yesterday, when we were using Postman, we were creating or requesting an access token to be created as Sean Ivan in our case. And then we use that access token as the authorization header of all of our subsequent requests. And I said that authorization header does two things for us. It's proof that we've already authenticated, so we don't have to pass our credentials down every time we send a request. And it also inherits the function data access rights of the user who was that access token was generated for. Cookies does the same thing. It will, it's proof of authentication, and it will inherit the function data access rights of the user who that cookie was generated for. So it's the exact same concept. But the reason why we're using a cookie instead of an access token is access tokens have to be created as a particular user, an interactive user, somebody you can log in as, somebody with a user ID and a password you can log in as. And when we install an integration, we have a choice to make. Do we want this integration to run as the end user who's running or scheduling it, or do I want this integration to run in a system account? And there's the issue, right? The system account, there is no actual user that you can log into the system as. So if you have an integration that's running in the system account, we can't use an access token because there's no user that you can log in as. So a cookie does the same thing. So what WFM will do is, if you are saying to run this integration as the user, it will generate a cookie that has that user's authorization in it, that function data access rights. If you say run the integration in the system account, then WFM will create a cookie that has system account privileges, and it will be able to do everything it needs to do. But it's the exact same concept, right? It's just, instead of using an access token, you're using a cookie for the authorization, but it behaves the same way. But anyway, WFM generates that cookie, sends it down in the XML so that we can pick it up and use that for our authorization header. Also, another thing that gets sent down in the XML would be any parameters that were supplied by the user at runtime. So in this case here, we prompted the user for the source file name, which mapped to the file name extended process property. And they responded with accrual balance reset _3.csv. So that gets sent down in the XML. So now our programming can pick that up and know that my user wants to use accrual balance reset _3.csv for that process property called file name. So this is why we use a web service listener, because WFM needs to get this information down so our programming can pick it up. So that XML file, it's a simple little XML file. It's just a small set of process properties, and each process property has a name value pair for elements. So there is an XML profile that comes with the framework that describes what this XML document looks like that's coming in. And that XML profile is set up with, the name and value elements are already defined. But one of the things that you can do in an XML profile, after you define your data elements of the name and value, you can define types of those elements. And on the types tab, you can define qualifiers, right? So there's going to be a type. Actually, let's just use the word qualifier. There's going to be a qualified name of Falcon execution ID in this file. There's going to be another process property where the name could be tenant ID, where the name could be integration token, right? These are all qualified names: Falcon execution ID, tenant ID, submitted by, gateway URL. These are all names that could be present in that XML. And these qualified names make it allow us to say, here's a specific one that could be in the file. And once we have these qualified names, then back on the Elements tab, we can define instances of a process property. There's going to be a process property record where the name is equal to tenant ID. There's going to be another process property record in this file where the name is equal to integration token. Going to be another process property record in this file where the name is equal to this. These are all the qualified names. So this makes it easier for us in our programming later on to reference a particular process property in that file without having to do any fancy XML parsing. I don't have to loop through the file until I find my integration token and then take that value out. Don't need it. You don't have to do any XML parsing. If you set up your profiles right, then I can just say later on in the programming, give me the value for the process property where the name is equal to integration token, and it will know what I'm talking about, and it will return the right value. I don't have to do any XML parsing. So setting up your profiles in Boomi makes the programming easier later on if you can tell it how to find what it is you're looking for. Right? So that's why this XML profile is set up like this. We know what should be coming down in that XML file. So we've already got these qualified names and instances set up. And this is already done for you in the framework. All this is already done for you in the framework. You don't have to do any of this. So why am I showing you if this is already done? Because one, I want you to understand how this works. And two, a framework is just a starting point. Feel free to extend it with whatever you want. So, for example, the most common thing to prompt a user for at runtime would be the name of the source file. And that's an example that comes with the framework because that's the most common thing. So if all you have to do is prompt the user for the file name, that comes with the framework. It's already in there. You don't have to do anything. But what if you also prompted the user for the effective date? That's not something that comes with the framework, right? We have no process property defined here for effective date coming down as an end user parameter. But that's okay. You can add it as a qualified type. You can add it as an instance of process property. So there'll be a process property where the name is equal to effective date. You can edit this XML profile that comes with the framework for your particular needs. So everything we provide is meant to be used as a starting point. These first ones, Falcon execution ID, tenant ID, integration token, internal key, service identifier key, those are always in the file. You'll never have to edit these. That's always coming down. We always have to pick it up. But these last two are optional. You may need them, you may not need them. Or you can feel free to add more of them to the list. The order doesn't matter as long as the instance is defined. So, it's possible that enable parallel processing isn't even in the file. And in this case, right, enable parallel processing wasn't in the file. But if it was, this would find it. Right? And I'll talk about parallel processing later on this afternoon. But you can add to this whatever you want. Sure, prompting for more things, add a qualifier, add the instance, and there you go. So again, there's a hierarchy of what value do you want to use for a process property. So if there's no value for a process property, you can use a field default value, which is defined at the component level. Or you can extend that process property component into extensions and provide a value in extensions for that process property. And if you do, then Boomi knows to use that extended value over the field default value. That's just the natural behavior of Boomi. You don't have to do anything in your programming for that. But when you start talking about a value coming in the XML as a user parameter being more important than a value that's coming in from extensions, well, now Boomi has no idea what you're talking about, and you have to do that in your programming. But this is a hierarchy of what value do I want to use. What the user says is what we want to use if they said something. So that will come down in the XML. And the very first subprocess in our framework, in all of our templates, the very first subprocess is a subprocess called save initialized properties. And this is it. And with save initialized properties, the document that's in the flow is the XML document that came in from WFM. So that XML document comes in here. We are, taking out a lot of the process properties out of that XML that we need for the authentication process properties. But then we also have this map here called override props. And we can tailor this map to look for the parameters that the user provided at runtime. And if a parameter is present in the XML, then overwrite what's in the process property right now. Because what's in the process property right now would either be the field default or the extension value. Boomi would have already figured that out by now. So all this map has to do is say, if a value is present in the XML, then rewrite the process property. If the value is not present in the XML, then don't rewrite the process property. Use what's in there. So we're doing that decision in map shape. Could we have done it with a Groovy script? If, then, else, all that type of stuff. Yeah, we could have, but it's, if we don't have to use a script, we'd rather not. If we can do it in a Boomi shape, we'd rather do it in a Boomi shape. And it's a very simple little map to do that decision making. And then right after we do that map, here's an opportunity to use that notify shape that says, now that I know what values I want to use in these process properties, let's write a message into the log that says, here are the values being held in these process properties. And if something goes wrong and we look at the logs for how something ran overnight and we see we started with the wrong values, well, then no wonder it didn't run correctly. Right? That notify shape, that message could help us. And I'll talk about all of these shapes once we get into the lab. But for right now, it's just some key concepts, if you will, that we have parameters coming down in the XML that we need to check to see if those user-provided parameters are in there. And if so, rewrite the process properties so that we're respecting what the user wants. I also mentioned yesterday the callback APIs. There is no real-time status that the user can see, so we have to simulate that by updating that page in the user interface to let the user know that there's an integration in progress or completed, right? And give them a tile that they can look at on that integrations page. And the callback API is how we update that page with that status. And again, that callback is being done in a subprocess called WFD callback, which we already have programmed. And you'll never have to edit this subprocess. We know how to do that API call, right? All you have to do is tell us what status you want and then call that subprocess. So the status is going to be one of these values. In progress, completed, which you would use if it's completed without any transaction errors. And depending on what you set the status to, that drives what icon is displayed in that tile. So if you set the status to completed, the user will see a green check mark in that tile. If you set the status to completed with errors, they'll see a red check mark. If you set the status to failed, they'll see the red exclamation mark. But these are the statuses that you can choose from to set. And when I say set the status, there's there's a dynamic process property that's used down in the callback subprocess. And we're just setting that process underscore status dynamic process property to one of these values. Right? And there's also a callback message that goes along with this, where I can let them know that the process completed without any transaction errors, or there were transaction errors, and details can be found on the if you enable the transaction assistant, or if there was a disqualification report. I can put additional information in the callback message, but the process status will be one of these. And again, this is already done for you. This is already done in the framework logic. Right? But again, I just want you to understand why it's being done in the framework logic. And for data transformations, we use a staging file approach for data transformations, which is interesting because I've seen this in other programming tools as well. So I think it's interesting that Bloomy made the same recommendation. But the idea behind this, if you've never seen this before, is that we're going to have our raw source data coming in. It's probably going to be a flat file that we picked up off the SFTP server, but it's your raw data coming in. Going out is going to be the data that's going into the API to get those transactions into the system, if this is an import. And that's going to be a JSON request document that has all the transaction details that we post to the API. So what would be coming in would be a flat file of raw data. What would be going out would be a JSON document that has all the data needed for that API request. Now, what's coming in the source data may not be the exact data that we need for the API call. Maybe formatted incorrectly. It may need calculations done, may need translations done, may need some scripting logic done. That raw data coming in is going to have to be transformed before we can build that API request document. So we use another flat file called a stage file that we can use to coordinate all the data transformations that we have to do to get this data ready for what the API needs, right? So the goal of the staging records is to have all of the fully transformed API-ready logic, data. So there is a map that reads the source flat file and creates the stage flat file. And in this source to stage map is all of our data transformation logic, right? Reformat your dates, reformat your numbers, do your cross-reference table lookups, do your math, do whatever you have to do to get this data fully transformed and ready for the API. So having said that, because this is in the framework, this is in all of our templates. That means that you can go into any of our templates, look for this source to stage map, and that's where you're going to find all of the big data transformations that is being done inside the template. Once our data is fully transformed and ready for the API, then we can use another map that reads this stage flat file and creates the JSON request document as the output. But in this map, there's no need for any data transformations because the data has already been fully transformed. This is just a map that says this stage element becomes the value for this JSON object. This element becomes the value for this object, and so on. So this is just a map that builds the request document. And this approach is in the framework and it's in all of our templates. So the source to stage map is what we often refer to as the main map, because that's what has all of our data transformations in it. Now, if you've ever seen Boomi maps with a lot of functions in them, they can get really hard to read. And if that's the case, because you got all those boxes in the middle and you got lines going from side to side that are behind those boxes, and it's hard to read them. If this map gets too busy, too complicated, then what we'll do is we'll split out some of the lighter weight transformations into a separate map, a map that goes from the source to the source. It's called source pre-processing. And we'll just do some of the lighter weight transformations in there, like reformatting dates and reformatting numbers. And all that does is reduce the number of functions we need in the main map so that it's not as complicated. We don't often do this. You won't often see a source pre-processing. You will always see a source to stage, but you don't often see a source pre-processing. It'll only be there if this map was getting too busy. So you'll always have source to stage, and you'll always have stage to output or stage to request, whatever it's called. Right? But again, the goal of the staging records is to have all of your fully transformed API ready data. And this is an API call, and this is every API call. But what would be coming into this subprocess would be staging records, right? We have fully transformed API ready data. So let's get this into the API. But if you're using a multi-API, we're going to have to batch the records. We're going to have to build the JSON request document. We're going to have to post that JSON request document to the API. And then in the response documents that come out of the API, we're going to have to split out and count all the individual successes and errors out of those response documents. So there's a lot of work that's being done in this sub-process. So let's just talk about it from left to right. So again, what would be coming in would be staging records. So for example, we're working with punches, right? Let's say that I have 10,000 punches that I am importing. Those are 10,000 itty bitty little tiny punches that I'm importing. And I know that the multi-API that we're using for the punch import has a service limit of 500. Now let me pause here. I may have said this yesterday, I'm not sure. Service limits are limits we put on the API to protect ourselves from bad performance. So we don't want a single request coming in that's so big that it's going to cause a CPU and memory spike on the servers behind the scenes because this request was so big. And also, we need to protect the application that's calling us as well, because an application is going to call our API and it's just sitting there waiting for a response to come back. If the request was so big that it's taking a long time to build that request document, it could take too long and you would give up waiting. And that's called a API timeout. You gave up waiting for the response to come back. We don't want that to happen either because that could be an application killer. So we have to put limits on our APIs to protect ourselves and to protect whatever applications are calling us from bad performance. And that's what service limits are. And different APIs have different service limits. Some transactions are lighter than others, like, punches and pay code edits and accrual balance resets. And, these are all little transactions. And you'll find that the service limit is usually somewhere around 500 for these little transactions, which means that you can't put more than 500 punches in a single request document. You can put 500, but you can't put 501 because the entire request will just be rejected. It's too big. So we have to respect these service limits. And there is a document in Developer Hub that you should check out The document's called service limits that explains this. Now, other APIs won't have a high service limit like the like punches and pay code edits and accrual balance resets and schedule edits. Those are all simple little things. But for like importing people, that's a much bigger transaction. And so the service limit isn't 500 for people. I think it's like 100 for people. Because it takes us a longer amount of time to get a single person in than it does to get a single punch in. So service limits can be different for different multi-APIs. You need to be aware of what the service limit is so that we can set up this batching appropriately. Now, also, if I told you the service limit was 500, because once the requests get that big, it starts causing bad performance to the point where we have to protect ourselves. So knowing that, don't use 500 as your batch size, right? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Once your batches get that big, performance starts suffering. And you could intentionally be causing slower performance because you're using batch size that's too big. So our recommended practice isn't just to respect the service limit because you have to, but also to stay away from the service limit. That way you're not causing borderline bad performance. So this data process shape you see here that does the grouping for us. This data process shape uses a default group size of 100, which will safely stay away from 500, but it's also way better than doing one at a time. So 100 is a good recommended practice to use. So ideally, you shouldn't have to touch this data process shape. It's already configured with our recommended practice. Now, what's going to happen? Those 10,000 little punches that came in now got grouped by 100. So what comes out is going to be 100 documents, and each document has 100 punches in it. So 100 times 100 is 10,000. Yes, there's going to be 100 documents that come out, and each document has 100 punches in it. But they're bigger documents, right? We had 10,000 little punches coming in. Now we got 100 bigger documents in the flow now. And I don't want to send all 100 of these big documents through the sub-process at the same time, because if I do, it's going to cause a memory and a CPU spike on the Atom servers, and that could give me bad performance. So Boomi gives us something called a flow control shape exactly for that reason, right? I don't want to send all these documents through at the same time. Let's just grab the first 10 documents, push those through the sub-process, and when they're done, loop back, grab the next 10 documents, push those through, and keep looping back until we're out of documents. That's flow control. And our recommended practice for the flow control is to run in batches of 10 documents because we've got large records coming in. And that's our recommended practice. And this flow control shape is already configured with 10 documents. So ideally, you shouldn't have to touch either of these two shapes. They're already configured with our recommended practice. Right? But now those grouped staging records that are in the flow, we need to build our JSON request document. So this is that stage to output, stage to JSON request type of map I talked about a few minutes ago. There's no data transformations in here. The staging records have already been fully transformed. The data is ready for the API. This is just a map that says this stage element becomes the value for this JSON object. This element becomes the value for this object. And this is what builds that JSON request document. So that now the document that's in the flow is the JSON request document. And I know that down here, when I post that JSON request document to the API, that my HTTP connector will automatically log a copy of the response document. I would also like to log a copy of the request document. That way I can see both documents in process reporting logs, what went in and what came out. So now that we built the JSON request document, we're using a logging connector to log a copy of it into process reporting. And then the branch will send another copy of the JSON request document down the second branch, which is where we're going to do the API call. But before we use that API, before we use that HTTP connector, there are some properties for that connector that need to be set up. So the set property shape here called set post props is going to set up what the connector needs for properties. It's going to need an authorization header. It's going to need an app key, which maybe someday will go away. It may need the execution ID if this is a callback. It may need query parameters, right? What are the properties needed for this connector? Now, there's also a couple of optional dynamic document properties that you could set up if you want to use the transaction assistant logic that's built into our HTTP connector. One of the dynamic document properties you can set up is enable transaction assistant. And it's a Boolean, so you can set it to true or false. But if you set it to true, that turns on the transaction assistant logic built into our connector. And if a transaction gets rejected by the API, the connector will automatically submit that failed transaction to the transaction assistant for you. You don't have to do any transaction assistant logic in your programming. All you have to do is turn on the logic that we already have built into the connector. And if you are sending failed transactions into the transaction assistant, when the user's in the transaction assistant, there's a field in there called batch name that we can populate. And normally what we would do is we would set the batch name to be whatever I'm going to call the install later on when I install it. So if I install this as punch import, that's what my users see when they're running it, when they're scheduling it. Then I would want to set these transaction assistant records to have a batch name of punch import. That way, when they see that field in the failed transaction, they'll know that it came from the punch import that they ran earlier. Right? So whatever you're going to call your install, you can set the batch name to. Now, of course, this is just set properties. This doesn't affect our JSON request documents that's in the flow. So now that JSON request document flows into our HTTP connector. And again, this is our Kronos Workforce Dimensions HTTP connector, not the generic HTTP connector. And connectors in Boomi have two configuration points. They have a connection and an operation. The connection is going to be our API gateway server URL. And if you remember yesterday when I had you set up the API gateway server in extensions for the accrual balance reset, I said it needs to be your tenant URL /API. And then the operation, the second part of the connector configuration, right? We got the connection for the connector. We have the connection and the operation. And this is a screenshot of an operation. The operation will provide the rest of the resource path that we need after the API gateway. So I mentioned yesterday that it's very important that our API gateway be your tenant URL /API. And I said it's very important that you don't forget to put that /API. And that's because the operation resource path will pick up from there with the rest of it. After the /API, it needs to be /v1 /timekeeping /accruals /resets. If you were to forget to put the /API at the end of this, it would end up in building an invalid URL. Right. So the operation will provide the rest of the resource path. But there's a few other options that we have to configure in here too for the operation. Like, do you want to return application error responses? Yes, you do. That's what all the shapes are after this, is processing those application error responses. So I wish this was checked by default, but let's make sure we check it. The method for the API call is going to be post, right? So anytime there's a request document, the document has to get posted to the API. That's literally what post means. It doesn't default to post. I wish it defaulted to post, but we need to make sure that it's a post. The content type header does need to be set to application/JSON. And here's another way of enabling the transaction assistant logic in the connector. I can simply just check this box, right? So I can use a dynamic document property here, or I can just simply check the box. What I can't do here is set the batch name. So I would still have to set the dynamic document property for the batch name in the set property shape. But here's another way of enabling the transaction assistant logic. Just turn it on here. All right. So our request document goes into the connector. What comes out of the connector is going to be two things: a response document as well as an application status code. And that response document will get logged by the HTTP connector for us. But now that response document is the document that's in the flow. And that application status code, we're routing based on the application status code. Right? So did you get a 200, a 207, a 400, or something else? Well, if you got a 200, that means that the response document that's in the flow is a 200 response document. And what's in there are all successful transactions, right? All 100 of those punches went in successfully. But I don't want to count this one document as a success. I need to split out and count all the individual successes out of this response document. So I'm going to need a JSON profile that describes what a 200 response document looks like, so that I can configure this data process shape to split out some object that occurs once per success, so I can count that. How many times does this success show up within this response document? And I can use that count towards my run summary totals. All right. So I'm going to need a JSON profile that describes what a 200 response document looks like. Just like I'm going to need a JSON profile that describes what a request document looks like, so that I can build that request. Right? Now, if I get a application status code of 207, 207 means partial success. And that means that in this response document, there is a mix of successes and errors. Some worked, some didn't work. So this is a 207 response document that's in the flow. And I've got two of those data process shapes that are going to split out and count all my individual successes and all my individual errors separately towards those run summaries. But again, I'm going to need JSON profiles that describe what successes look like in a 207 response document and what an error looks like in a 207 response document. So that I can split out and count those successes and errors separately. If I got a 400 response document is what's in the flow. And what's interesting and what's nice, and I thank engineering for this every once in a while, is a 400 response document looks exactly like a 207 response document. It's just that in a 400, they're all errors. There's no successes, right? 400 means bad requests. They all failed. So all 100 of those punches failed. But it's going to look exactly like a 207 response document. It's just that they're all errors. So I don't have to create a separate 400 response document profile. I can reuse my 207 error profile for my 400 data process shape and split out and count the same way. So in the end, I only have to create 4 JSON profiles, one for the request, one for the 200 response, one for the 207 successes, and one for the 207 errors. And for the 400, I can reuse the 207 errors profile. But I do have to create these profiles. Now, if the application status code is not 200, 207, or 400, if it's something else, it's going to be bad. And I'm going to want to throw an exception. And when you throw an exception down here in a sub-process, it gets caught up at the main process by that try-catch and ends the integration gracefully by letting the user know it failed. Right? It does a callback where it lets the user know that it failed. But before we throw that exception, here's an opportunity to build an intelligent error message that I can show the user about what it was we just encountered. Right. So I was doing an HTTP connector for the Punch API, and I got an application status code of 503. Whatever. I can build an intelligent error message, and that will be visible to the end users, and they'll know why it failed. Now, everything you see here in terms of shapes, everything you see here is already built for you. You don't have to build any of this. All right, this is what we always have to do to get that transactions into the API. So the framework provides all these shapes. You don't have to build any of this, but you do need to tailor it. All right, you need to build the Punch import request document, log the Punch import request document, call the Punch import API, split out and count all your successful and errant punches. Right? We don't know that you're going to be using the framework to use for punches. We don't know what you're going to be using it for. The logic is always the same. It's just that the details of how these shapes are configured have to be tailored. So, that's nice. The framework has this programming already in place for us. When I first came over to the team 5 years ago, I was comfortable doing integrations with Workforce Central, which is what I was working with before Dimensions. It was a completely different tool. It's something we had built in-house. So when I came over to the Dimensions team, the first thing they told me is you have to go up to Boomi and get your professional developer certification, just like you did. So I went through that, and I'd been a programmer for a long time, and I've seen a lot of different things. And I came out of that Boomi training thinking to myself, this is really weird. I mean, I get it. I see what they're doing. It's just really weird. What did I get myself into? And then I sat down with the architects. Did you have a question, Rana?
Nothing.
So I sat down with the architects, and they showed me this framework that they were building out, and it dawned on me, it's like, oh, I don't actually have to build this. You've already figured out the logic that we need. I just have to understand the nature of the transaction itself. I have to understand what the punches look like coming in. I have to understand what I need to do for data transformations. I have to understand what the API request needs to look like. But the rest of the logic, you've already figured out. So now, as the integration consultant, my focus really is on the transaction at hand, not necessarily to get too worried about the actual Boomi programming. The Boomi programming logic is the same transaction after transaction after transaction. And so this framework, this reusable logic, is already built out, but I have to tailor it for the details of whatever transaction I'm working with today. So my focus as the integration consultant is always on the transaction. the Boomi logic is largely the same every time. You don't have to worry too much about that. So that was a big sigh of relief for me. And hopefully it will be for you too. All right. So, any questions on that? That logic so far? All right. Well, there's no better way to learn it than to do it. So, we are going to do a lab that is going to take us pretty much the entire day, where we are going to build our own punch import template from the import framework. Now, before you sit down and write any integration, there are a few things you need to understand first, such as if this is an import, what is the source system giving me for source data that I have to work with? So the source system, sorry. The source system is going to be giving me a CSV file called testpunches.csv. And it's a simple little CSV file that's giving us person number, date, and time. Right? The person number, the date of the punch, which is already in year-month-day format for us, and then the time of the punch, which is in hours and minutes format. And I've got 8 punches. I've got a 9:33 a.m. punch and a 5:26 p.m. punch for these 4 people. All right, so 8 transactions coming in. This is our test document, but this is what the source system is giving me, right? So step number 1, know your source. It's a CSV file. It's got a header row. It's got 3 elements, person number, date, and time. And I know how the date and time is formatted. All right. So the second thing we have to do is understand the requirements of the destination. And the destination is obviously workforce management. And what I like to tell everybody is if you can do a transaction in the user interface, then you can do the transaction in the API. It's just a matter of finding that same data in the API. So in the user interface, if I wanted to add a punch for somebody, like Phyllis, who we worked with yesterday, person number 20176. If I wanted to add a punch for Phyllis in her time card, right? I know Phyllis's person number is 20176. And I need, today's the 21st. If I wanted to add a punch for right now, on the 21st, I would just type in, like right now is 5:04 a.m. So I would do 0504. That's how it would come in my source file, 0504. Right. And of course, if I tab out of that, it knows I'm talking about 5:04 a.m. according to my display profile. That's how I want to see my times formatted. And then that's it. I just click on save. And that's the transaction. Right. So for this person on this date, this time, enter it in, click save. Now, after I clicked save, there was some other information that showed up, such as, oh, this is an exception, right? Or I can calculate an out punch for, the end of whatever shift they have in their schedule. I don't know, right? But that was done after I imported the punch. There's something called totalizer logic that processes that punch and creates the exception information. It created a shift total, daily total, period total, right? So it did all of that after I added the punch. I don't need that exception information. I don't need the totals going in with the punch. That is a result of the punch. So what I did going in was just the person number, the date, the time, and I clicked save, and the system took it from there. So now I know this is, good enough to get this punch into the system. If I had clicked save and I gave me an error saying that, oh, you also need this piece of information that's missing, then I would have to worry about that. But it took it. All right. Awesome. But we're not going to be using the user interface to get these punches in. We're going to be using the API. So I need an API. So I'm going to go to Developer Hub. And in Developer Hub, I'm going to go to Pro WFM. And I need an API that's going to allow me to work with punches. So I'll just type in punch in the filter, and there are 4 APIs. All right. These are categories, and then the API, a category, the API. So if it doesn't have a method next to it, it's just a category. The methods are the actual APIs. So there are 4 APIs here. There's a retrieve punch interpretation rule. Obviously, that's not what we want. There is a bulk import punches. Boy, does that sound like what we want. It's a multi-API, and it works with punches. There's bulk import punches and paycode edits. Well, we're not doing anything with paycode edits. And retrieve punches in real time. Obviously, we don't want that. So I'm thinking that the bulk import punches is exactly what we want. So I'll click on that. And bulk import punches is going to be a post to V1 timekeeping punches import. And because it's a post, there is a request body that's going to have to be put together. And bulk, right? This is a multi-API. That's we're gonna have to build a payload with up to 100 punches in it. But if I look at the objects that are available, again, they don't say what's required, what's not required. Someday they may, but for right now, it doesn't. So that's why I tell everybody, if you can do the transaction in the user interface, then just look for those same objects in the API. But you're going to find a lot of stuff that you can bring in with punches that you just may not necessarily care about. Maybe if you did want to bring in that extra data, they had a way of bringing it in, but all I want is the person number, the date, and the time. That's all I have to work with in my source file. So if I start looking at these objects that I can put in the request body, I have to ask myself, do I want this? Do I not want this? Right? So like accrual validation required. No, I don't care about that. Function area. I could identify where this punch is coming from. You don't have to do that. But, maybe I would say that this is punch data that was coming in from an import. I'm not exactly sure where this shows up. It may be a report or something, but I'm not sure. But we don't need that. Manager role, I don't care about. On behalf of employee, I don't care about. Options. What options? There's an option called accrual validation optimization. I don't even know what that is, but we don't need it. And now we get this array of punches. So this is a multi-API, so I'm going to have to build an array of punches. And that array is literally called punches. And for each punch in the array, do I want break rule information? Nope. Do I want comments and notes? No. Do I want the data source? No. Deduct rule information? No. Edit by type? No. Editable? No. Employee? Yeah. I need to identify the employee associated with this punch. So to identify an employee, I can use their internal database ID, which is not what's coming in my source file. What's coming in their source file is their person number, which is what you would have imported from HR, their external key. And external keys are called qualifiers. So what my source file is giving me is employee qualifiers, not employee IDs. So like Phyllis's qualifier would be 20176. And again, as I start typing in some sample data, it starts building out a sample request document that I'm just going to set this to JSON, just so that you only see the JSON. All right, so employee qualifier 20176. So it's building out the punches array. It's got the employee qualifier 20176. But I also need to look for the punch date, the punch time. So I need to keep going. So entered on date, no. Exception information, no. Has comments, no. Punch IDs, no. Cancel deduct, no. Editable, exception resolved. Location information, I don't care about. Mark as reviewed, I don't care about. Org job information, I don't care about. Position information, I don't care about. Oh, punch date time. This is the date and timestamp for the punch in ISO local date time format. All right, so evidently the API has the punch date and time as one field, and it has to be in ISO local date time format. So if you're not familiar with ISO local date time, I mentioned yesterday that all dates in the API have to be year-month-day format. That's ISO local date format. This is ISO local date time. It's a different format. It's got date and time in one field. And the format is year-month-day. And then there's this capital letter T that delimits the date part from the time part. And then the time part is hours, minutes, seconds. That's ISO local date time. What we have coming in is a separate date and time. API wants it as ISO local date time. So I know in my Boomi programming, I'm going to need a data transformation that combines the date and the time together and reformats it into ISO local date time format. And then I'll be able to use that for my API request. So again, coming back to this for the punch DTM, if I put in some sample data like 2024-02- what's today, the 21st. And then there's a capital letter T, and then the time is 05:13:00. Right? That would be right now. So, and that's all the information I have in my source file is the employee person number, which I can use as the qualifier, the punch date and time, which I can use as the punch DTM object. As I look down through the rest of this, I don't care about geolocation information. I don't care about rounded punches. The time zone will always default to the employee's time zone. I'm not doing transfers. I'm not doing type overrides. I'm not doing update times or entered on position, the user entered position. I'm not validating his timestamp, and I'm not doing anything with work rule information. So I know in the user interface, this was all I provided. I clicked saved and it worked. The API reuses the same business logic as the user interface, so I have every reason to believe that this request will work as well. So now I know that we can do a post to V1 timekeeping punches import, and I have a sample request that I can take this information, go over to Postman, and we can start modeling this request, because we're going to need Postman to test this request. then I'll know that if I build requests that look like this, it'll actually work. And I also see what comes back from the system in terms of responses, because I have to know exactly what those response documents are going to look like, because I'm going to need JSON profiles in Boomi later on that describe these request and response documents. So I need to see what these look like. Right? And this goes true with any other programming language I would be working with, right? I would always start with Postman to understand what these request and response documents look like. So then I can go into my programming language of choice and, program that. So our starting point for this lab is actually going to be Postman. I just want to close some of the stuff I have open. All right. And I think what we'll do before we start this lab is this might be a good time for us to take our morning 15-minute break before we get into this lab, only to be interrupted by break. So let's do that. Are there any questions before we take a break and start this? All right, then just like we did yesterday, I'm going to put up a timer for 15 minutes. Let's make sure we're all back at the same time because we're going to be jumping right into this lab. So I'll pause the recording and I'll see you in 15. All right, if everybody's back from break, give me a thumbs up. Prashant was the first one back. All right. All right, I don't think that was everybody. All right, so we are going to be, and I should have said this earlier, but we have started a lab in your course book at the end of lesson 4 about using the import framework. It's a big lesson. There we go. All right. So this lab in your course book, starting on page 43, walks through creating the punch import. It started with understanding the source file, and our source file is a CSV file called testpunches.csv. It's giving us person number, punch date, and punch time. The date is in year-month-day, and the time is in hours and minutes format, so we know that. Coming in, we also understand the destination requirements because in Developer Hub, I found an API called bulk import punches, which is going to be V1 timekeeping punches import. And I found that we needed an employee qualifier. We can use the person number for the employee qualifier. And there is a punch DTM object that needed to be in ISO local date time format. Right, so we've done that so far. So now we need to turn our attention to Postman. And that's where we're going next altogether. So let's, I'm going to move this over to my other monitor to get it out of the way. So let's all go into Postman. And the first thing we're going to have to do in Postman is to get an access token. So open up your get an access token, make sure you're pointing to the integration workshop environment and click send. And you should get a status code of 200 with a fresh access token. So if you've got yourself a fresh access token, give me a thumbs up. If you got an error, let me know. The lab we're going to be doing today has lots of steps. So I'm going to be asking you a lot. If everybody's caught up to this point, give me a thumbs up. Very important that you speak up because if you fall behind early, it's going to be horribly different to catch up if we're all moving on without you. So please don't be shy about speaking up. All right. So I joined a bit late. That's fine. Do you have a fresh access token? So in Postman, open up the Get an Access Token request. Make sure you're pointing to your integration workshop environment and click Send so that you have a 200 response. And let me know once you have your fresh access token. Did not send the request. Do you want to share your screen? I'll take a look at it. All right, so in the upper right where it says no environment in the drop-down box, that needs to say integration workshop. Now send. And cannot send request. What the heck? Can you, in the response, can you scroll down so I can see what the pink message is? Invalid URI. All right. So your environment is not set up correctly by the looks of it because it's missing your URL in the component that it built. So let's go over to the environments tab on the left and click on integration workshop. Yeah, you never set this up yesterday. So the URL needs to come from your tenant assignment email, not the initial value, the current value. So tenant URL. No, that's a client ID. That's not a URL. And we're not using initial value. We're using current value. No, don't put it in the initial value. Put it in the current value column. Yep. And make sure that get rid of that leading space. There you go. All right. Now the username is going to be Sean Ivan. And Sean Ivan's password. Now the client ID. And client secret. Oh, you missed. You got a leading space. Yep. Okay, got it. All right, now save this. Right above the current value column is the save button. All right, so now we can go back to get an access token and send that. There you go. Now you're good. All right, so now that we have a fresh access token, we can open up the request for what did I give you? Punch import. All right. So in your collection, I gave you a post for punch import. And I've already got this set up to do a post to V1 timekeeping punches import, just like what I saw in Developer Hub. The headers are always the same. The content type is going to be application/JSON. And for the authorization, we're going to use the access token that we just got. And the body of the request, I have, based on what I saw in Developer Hub, I created 2 punches in the punches array. The first punch is a punch for the 19th, which was Monday, for 8 a.m. for Phyllis. So there's a punch for Monday at 8 a.m. for Phyllis, and then a second one at 9 a.m. for Phyllis on Monday. All right. So these are 2 sample punches that I have put into this request based on what I saw in Developer Hub. So I have to ask myself a question. Can I build a request that looks like this? Right? So I have the person number coming from the source file. I have the date coming from the source file and the time coming from the source file that I'm going to have to combine and reformat. But can I build this? Yes, I can. Will it work? I don't know, right? That's what testing is for. So yes, I'm confident I can build this. I think it will work because when I did it in the user interface, that's all I did was the person number, date, and time. I clicked save and it took it. So I have every reason to believe that this should work. So if we click send, you get a 200 success. Now, if you get a 200 success, stop there. Don't try and send this again because we just put in an 8 a.m. punch and a 9 a.m. punch for the 19th for Phyllis. If I was to try and send this again, those punches are already in the system. They would, if I tried to send it again, there'll be errors, duplicate punches. So if you get the 200 response, stop there. Prashant is getting a 400 bad request. Can you share your screen?
Sure. This is the API. I have copied and these are the parameter I am passing. When I'm sending it, I'm getting.
I think whatever punch that is, if you scroll down in the response document a little bit, you'll see punch for the user is rejected due to unfavorable license assignment. So you're trying to add a punch for somebody who's not a timekeeper employee. That's not going to work. Now, also, there is no person number 30,105 in my database. So don't use this. Don't use this request. Use the request I gave you, the post for punch import, not the post for bulk import punches. So this request that you're building, okay, it won't work. Use the one I gave you.
Okay, sure.
All right. The other thing about this request that I gave you is that there's 2 punches in there. And the reason why I put 2 punches in there is that I'm going to have to simulate a partial success, which means I'm going to need one of these to work, one of these not to work. That's why I always put 2 entries in the array, because I know later on I'm going to have to do 207. So just use my punch import request. So it worked. So now I know that if I build a request document that looks like this, it will work. I also know that if I get a 200 response, this is what a 200 response document is going to look like, right? It's going to give me back my array of punches. And for every punch that went in successfully, I'm going to have this punch for rest object that has the details about how that punch went into the system. So I picked up a punch ID. It's for this employee. Here's the punch date and time. It's the 8 a.m. punch. It picked up my employee's time zone, has comments, is false, exception resolve is false, right? So all these timekeeper defaults, if you will, this will describe how the punch got accepted into timekeeper. And then there's a second punch for rest for the 9 a.m. punch, which again is just describing how the punch went into the system. But now I know that if I get a 200 response, this is what a 200 response document is going to look like. And I need to know this because later on in Boomi, I'm going to need JSON profiles that describe what a punch import request document looks like and what a punch import what a 200 response document looks like. I'm going to need a JSON profile for that. And I do not, and I can't emphasize this enough, I do not want to manually create those JSON profiles later on in Boomi, because I, of all people, will most likely make typos. Right, I'll spell the name of some object wrong. I'll get the indentation wrong or whatever. I don't want to manually create those profiles later. So in Boomi, there's an import wizard that if you have a sample document, it can create the profile for you based on your sample document. And that's what we want to do. We want to save this request and response document to our local computer so that we can import them into Boomi later on and say, hey, Boomi, create a JSON profile for me based on this sample JSON file, right? So what we want to do, and we'll start with the request document. What we want to do is to copy this entire request document, the entire document, from the opening bracket to the closing bracket. Let's copy this entire request document to a new notepad and paste it there. And whatever your notepad of choice is. Again, I'm using Notepad++, but you can use whatever your notepad of choice is. But just copy and paste that request document to a new notepad. And now that we have it in Notepad, we can save this to our desktop, not as a text file, but as a JSON file that I'm going to name punch_request.json. punch_request.json. And I'll be able to use this as an example of a request document for the Punch API. Right? So punch_request.json. Now I'm going to need to do the same thing for the 200 response document. So if you click down below in the response document and do Control-A, that will select the entire document. Control-C to copy it to a new notepad and paste it there, Control-V. So paste the entire response document into a new notepad that we're going to save to our desktop, not as a text file, but as a file that I will name punch_response_200.json. punch response to 100.json. And I'll be able to use this as an example of 200 response document looks like for the punch API. Fiona?
Sorry,
Question. Yeah,
I just had a question.
Save as a JSON.
Fiona, you can go first.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to know, I saved my file type as JSON file. Is that okay? Or should it be all types?
It should not be text. It should be JSON.
JSON, okay.
Because later on in Boomi, when we go to import a JSON profile, it's going to look for a JSON file. That's why I'm giving them a file extension of JSON.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And what was the other question?
The career here. I'm unable to save as JSON.
So in the when you're doing a file save, the save as type, you can just set it to all types and then just type in whatever you want, dot whatever you want. So punch response 200 dot JSON. But yeah,
Okay.
save as type, all types.
Okay, I'm having all files.
Okay. And then for the file name, just type in the full file name with dot whatever extensions you want.
Punch underscore response.json, right?
Punch underscore response underscore 200 dot JSON.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thanks.
All right. Right. So now we have two JSON documents saved to our desktop. We have our example request for the Punch API, and we have our example 200 response for the Punch API. So you're going to pick up on a file naming convention pretty quickly here. All right, so those are two of the 4 profiles that we're going to need later on in Boomi. The other 2 profiles we're going to need are, if we get a 207, which is partial success, then I'm going to need to have be able to describe what successes look like and be able to describe what errors look like. Well, to know that, we're going to have to see a 207 document. So we're going to have to simulate a 207, which means I need one of these punches to work and I need one of these punches not to work. So if I leave the 8 a.m. punch the way it is, then it's already in the system. It won't take it again. It'll be a duplicate punch. So I'm going to leave the 8 a.m. punch the way it is, and I'm going to let it be the error. But I'm going to change the 9 a.m. punch to 10 a.m., which doesn't already exist. And so that one should go in successfully. That will be my success. So my 8 a.m. will be the error, and my 10 a.m. will be the success. This should be a 207. So if we send that, sure enough, we get a 207. And if we look at the 207 response document, it's a completely different looking type of response document, completely different structure. I got this message up at the top that says some of the punches were not imported because of errors in the source data. Correct those errors, try again. And then we have this details with error offsets and results. And the error offsets is telling me where in the results array I can find my errors. And there's an error after the 0th record. So the first record is an error. So in this details results array, I've got an error for the punch that didn't work. And again, as predicted, duplicate punches are not allowed for that 8 a.m. punch. And then in the details results array, after the error object, is a success object for the one that did work, for the 10 a.m. punch. And that's just like the other one did. It's just echoing back how the punch successfully went into the system. So I've got this details results array, which is either going to contain an error for the ones that didn't work or a success for the ones that did work. And this is what we're going to need to understand later on in Boomi, because I'm going to need to be able to split out all those individual errors out of this details results array so I can count them individually. And I'm going to need to be able to split out all the individual successes out of this details results array so that I can count those individually. And in order to do that count, I'm going to need a profile that describes what 207 errors look like, and a profile that describes what 207 successes look like. So unfortunately, I won't be able to use one profile for the whole 207, because if I do, it's going to think that there always has to be an error before a success, and that's just not always the case. So I'm just going to, if all I'm doing is looking for errors, then I'm just going to provide a sample that has an error in it. If all I'm doing is looking for successes, then I'm going to provide an example that just has a success in it. So we're going to have to save this, this 207 response document to our desktop twice. Once with just a success in the results array and once with just an error in the results array. So after we copy and paste it over to Notepad, we're going to have to edit it before we save it. But let's, again, click in the response document down below, the 207 response document. Do Control-A to select the entire document. Control-C to copy it to a new Notepad, and Control-V, paste it there. But again, we're going to have to edit this before we save it, because I want to save it twice, once with just an error in the success in the results array, and once with just a success in the results array. So, if I want to remove the error object out of the results array, the error object goes from the curly bracket before the word error down to this curly bracket with the comma. And since there's only going to be one entry in the array now, we have to get rid of that comma as well. But this is one of the reasons why I like Notepad++, is that if you put your cursor next to a bracket, it automatically highlights the corresponding bracket. So, yeah, I want to delete this entire error object and the comma as well, so that the only thing that's going to be left in the results array is going to be a success object. So delete from the curly bracket before the word error to the curly bracket with the comma and the comma as well. Delete that so that now the only entry in the results array is the success object. And I'll save that to my desktop, not as a text file, but as a file that I will name punch_response_success.json. Punch response 207 success.json. And this will be my example of what a success looks like in a 207 response document for the Punch API. Anybody want to see that edit again? All right. That was good practice because we have to do it again. So let's do another new Notepad and paste in the full response, the full 207 response. But this time, I want to remove the success object, leaving just an error object. And the success object goes from the curly bracket before the word success down to this curly bracket before we close the results array. But also, since there's only going to be one entry in the array now, we have to get rid of that comma as well. So get rid of the comma and then the entire success object. Keep the last three symbols, right? Close the results array, close the results. Sorry, close the results array, close details, and then close the document, right? So keep the last three symbols, but delete the comma and then the entire success object. So that now the only thing in the results array is an error object. And we'll save that to our desktop. Not as a text file, but as a file that I will name punch_response _207 _error
Chris,
.json.
can you please repeat this one last step? Sorry, missed it.
Yep. So in the full 207 response, if you want to delete the success object, there is a comma, and then this entire success object, which ends before you close the results array. So it's comma, and then the entire success object is what we deleted.
Shall I quickly share my screen? 1 second.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. This is the last one I have edited.
Okay, yeah, that's the success.
Okay.
All right. And you save that as punch response 207 success. Yep. Okay. So now,
Okay.
now we want to remove, oh, wait a minute.
1 second, I will remove completely. Okay. The same text I need to copy.
No, don't copy the success. Copy in the full 207 response from Postman. Yeah. Do Control A and select the entire document. And Control C. And then a new notepad, Control V. And now we want to remove the success object, leaving just the error. Yeah. So,
Okay.
yep, from there, from the comma,
Okay.
go down
Till this,
and
right?
one more.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, right there. Delete that.
Okay.
And now if you scroll up, the only thing in the results array will be the error object, and that's what you want
Yes.
to save.
What's the file name for this?
Punch response, punch_response _207 _error .json.
Thanks, Rick.
There you go.
Rick, sorry. I just had a
Yes.
quick question. I don't really understand why we have to create two partial success response files. If it's a partial success, if you use one, won't you be able to see if there's a success or an error just using one profile? Why would you need two of them?
Because it won't work if you try and use one. It'll think that there always has to be a success before an error. And that's
Oh,
so if all you're looking for errors, then just have that in the profile. If all you're looking for successes, then just have that in the profile.
okay. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So if you've got these 4 files saved, give me a thumbs up. If you want to see any of these 4 files again, let me know. That wasn't everybody. Right? We're going to need these files later on when we go into Boomi to create the profiles from. Because believe me, I do not want to manually create this JSON profile in Boomi, because God knows I would make typos. So in Boomi, there's no easier way of creating profiles than if you have a sample document. And we're going to use these sample documents to create the profiles for us. Right? So, that's it for Postman, right? So now we know, given the source data we're working with, that I will be able to create successful transactions. I'm confident I can build a request that looks like this. It'd take a little bit of programming to do the data transformation, but I can do that. So I know I can build a request that looks like this. I know if it'll work, this is what a response document will look like. And if I get a 207, I know what successes look like and what errors look like. So I've got enough information now that I can now start programming in Boomi. So let's all go over to Boomi. So let's log into our training tenants as Sean Ivan. Let's go over to administration, application setup, and then integration setup, design, integration templates. So application setup, integration setup, design, integration templates. And this will log you into my Boomi account as Sean Ivan. Now we'll pause here while everybody joins me. All right. So if you're in the Boomi Designer with me, give me a thumbs up. If you're getting an error, let me know. I need everybody in the same place at the same time. Again, I'm not seeing everybody with the thumbs up. So if you're having errors, let me know. Right. Now, in my partner integration workshop, in my workshop templates, I have a master copy of the import framework, which is what we're going to use to build our template from. We need to copy the import framework down to your personal folder, because I don't want you editing my master copies. So we copy the import framework down to your personal folder. So the little triangle next to import framework, we're going to say copy. And then in the destination folder, we're going to choose your name. And if you're working in a customer account and we've copied the import framework, don't edit the import framework. Make a copy of the import framework and turn that copy into whatever you want, so that if you need the import framework again, you still have your master copy, right? So the idea behind a framework is you don't edit the framework, you turn it in, you make a copy of it and turn that into whatever you want. So now that you copied the import framework, we can close the workshop templates folder so you don't accidentally edit my master copy. And now in your personal folder, you've got your own copy of the import framework. But it's no longer going to be an import framework. We're going to turn it into a punch import. So I'm actually going to start by renaming that folder from import framework to punch import, because that's what's going to be in here now. And if I expand that folder, take a look at everything that came with it, right? Let's go right to the processes. You'll see that the main process name, the thing that doesn't start with an underscore, the main process name is bracket process name bracket, right? And those brackets are there as kind of a placeholder to catch your attention as the developer that you should rename this to something more appropriate. But the makers of the framework, you know, they don't know what it is that you're going to be using this for. So Ashwin got disconnected for a bit. Can you please show how to bring up the Boomi page again? Well, we logged into our training tenants as Sean Ivan. We went to administration, application setup, non-application setup, integration setup, design, integration templates. And then once you're in, we copied from the workshop templates folder the import framework down to our personal folder. And then we renamed our copy to punch import. And again, in your in the lab, in your course book, all these steps that we're doing are in here as well, because I don't expect you to actually remember all these steps in the future. But these are the same steps you're always going to take as you turn a generic import framework into some transaction-specific template. The steps are always the same, right? So we start by copying the import framework. We rename the folder to something more descriptive. We need to rename some key components. So the main process right now is called bracket process name bracket. We want to rename that to something short, descriptive, unique, and no spaces. So in the main process, let's just click in there to rename this main process to something short, descriptive, unique, and no spaces. So I'm just going to go with punch import with a capital P, capital I, one word, punch import. Now, everything in Boomi is case sensitive. So remember that I'm doing this capital P, capital I, one word, punch import. That is short, descriptive, unique, and contains no spaces. So that's it. Just rename the main process and then save and close it. And now you'll see that it now goes down to the bottom of the list because it doesn't start with a special character. It's just punch import. Now, also, if you remember, any component that you're going to extend needs to inherit the name of the main process in the name of that extended component. So again, what do we extend? We extend connections, cross-reference tables, and process properties. So let's take a look at the connectors that came with this. And there's 4 connectors that came with this: HTTP, logging, SFTP, and web services. The HTTP connector has a connection for the API gateway server. So if you take a look at the name of that API gateway server connection, there's that placeholder for the main process name. Now, if I open that up, I can rename this and replace that bracket process name bracket with punch import. capital P, capital I, one word. So now it's punch import underscore API gateway server. So just replace that placeholder with the name of your main process. And that's it. Save and close the renamed API gateway server connection. The logging connector also has a connection that if you look at the name of the logging connection, there's that placeholder again for process name that I'll replace the placeholder with punch import, capital P, capital I, one word, punch import underscore logging. Save and close that. I wish Boomi had a search and replace, but that's basically what we're doing. All right, the next connector is our SFTP connector. And there is no connection provided with the framework. And that's because we assume you're going to want to reuse your shared UKG internal SFTP connector that we deployed yesterday. And yes, we are going to want to share or reuse that shared connector. So there's actually nothing we have to do with SFTP because we're just going to use our UKG internal, which already exists. So nothing to do there. For the web service, there is no connection because it's our start shape, but there is an operation called a listener operation. And if you look at the name of the listener operation, there's that placeholder. So let's rename the listener operation to be punch import underscore listener. But with listeners, there's two things we have to do. Not only do we have to rename the listener, but also there's an there's an option called object that also needs to be set to the main process name. And in here, you'll see a placeholder for the process name as well. Now, if you're not familiar with listeners, the object option is used in building the simple URL path, which is what Boomi is going to be listening on for connections. So WFM is saying, I want to run this integration now. Whether it's a user saying run this now or whether it's a scheduled event that just kicked off. But WFM is reaching out saying, I want to run this integration now. So WFM is going to reach out to Boomi on a URL that it is going to assume is based on the name of the deployed process. And the name of the deployed process will be punch import because that's the name of the main process. So it's going to assume that the URL is WS simple query punch import. But this URL, I can't type in here and change it because it's derived from the object. So watch what happens to the URL path as I overtype the object with my main process name. Watch the URL path. Right? It rebuilds that URL path to incorporate the name of my main process. And this is the URL that WFM is going to be assuming Boomi is listening on. So very important that we don't forget to not only rename the listener, we also have to set the object to the main process name. That way, Boomi is actually listening on the URL that WFM is going to reach out to. If you forget this step and that URL is wrong, then when WFM reaches out, there's nothing listening on the other side. WFM is just going to complain that, you know, is your template not even submitted because there's nothing listening on the other side of this, right? So it's not going to work. So very important with listeners, not only do we rename the listener, we also set the object, but again, you'll see the placeholder for the process name. And that's it for connectors. All right, so we renamed, we now have a punch import API gateway server, we have a punch import logging, and we have a punch import listener. Now, another thing that gets renamed are process properties. Right? And if you look at your process property components, there's 5 components that come with the framework. And if you look at the name of those 5 process property components, there's that placeholder. So we need to rename each of these 5 process property components. Again, just replace the bracket process name bracket with punch import underscore whatever. And that's it. Just rename all 5 of these process property components. I'll give you a minute to catch up. But now it's actually starting to look like a proper punch import. Anybody want to see any of that renaming again? Right. So again, after we make a copy of the import framework, we renamed the folder and we had to rename the key components, the main process name. And then the HTTP and login connector needed to be renamed to replace that placeholder. The web service not only needed to be renamed, we also had to set the object option. And then we renamed the process properties to incorporate the main process name. And now with the renaming part done, hang on for a second. Okay. Now with the renaming part done, we can turn our attention to what are we going to need for profiles. Well, we're going to start with the flat file profiles. And the flat file profiles, there are 6 flat file profiles that were provided with the framework. The first 4, you never have to touch. Dummy is just a dummy profile. You'll see how we use that later on. The integration details is for building the additional details report, which you never have to edit. The run summary counts are always the same counts, right? Total number of records from the source, total number of successful, total number of errors, total number of disqualifications. It's the same counts. So you never have to edit the run summary counts, flat file profiles. But you do need to be able to describe what you have for source records. So there is a source flat file profile that comes with the framework, but we don't know what your source file is going to look like. So let's edit the source flat file profile. And as a reminder, right, my source file looks like this. And it's got 3 elements: person, number, date, and time. But before you define the elements, you should always check your options first, because your options dictate how your elements get created. So Again, looking at the options on the source flat file profile, use column headings is checked. Yep. The first row is not data, it's a column heading. It's delimited, it's comma delimited. Yes, this is a comma delimited file. The text qualifier is not applicable, so I don't have double quotes around my strings. And there's no escape characters to worry about. So as it turns out, the options are set correctly for what we need. But you should always check them first, because like I said, the options dictate how the elements get defined. So for example, when you're using a delimited file, the elements are going to be field 1, field 2, field 3 in relation to the delimiters. But if you're using a fixed length file, then the elements get defined as a starting position and a length. So always check your options first before you define your elements. And for the elements, I need 3 elements: person number, date, and time. So I'm just going to very quickly add those 3 elements. For person number, date, and time. And I'm just bringing them all in as character data. I'm not saying that the date is a date. I'm not saying the time is a time. I'm just bringing them all in as character data. Later on, we're just going to concatenate them and reformat them to something that looks like isolocal date format, but it's just basically a string function that we're going to be doing. So I can just bring it in as character data. So very simple, right? Those 3 elements: person number, date, and time. And do yourself a favor. If that's how they're named in your source file, then use the same names in your profiles. That way it makes it easier to associate what field you're working with later on. Now, also, there were only 3 elements in this file. So I could very easily just create those 3 elements manually. If my source file had 30 elements in there, I may not want to manually create 30 elements. And what you can do in a flat file profile is, if you highlight the root of the record, which is literally the word record, you can import using a sample file. The import wizard, you can point it to a sample file. And if your sample file has a header row, it will create the elements for you using the headers as the elements name. And which is exactly what we're going to do with the JSON profile later on, by the way. We're going to use the import wizard to create the profile. I could do the same thing with the flat file profile. I could import and have it define all the elements for me if my sample file has a header row. But there were only 3, so I just manually created the 3. And that's it for a source flat file profile. The options are correct and the elements are correct. That's it. We can save and close the source flat file profile. The stage flat file profile, if you remember, the goal of the stage records is to contain your API-ready data. So what elements do you need in your stage records? The answer is, what elements do you need for the API? Because we're going to be building our API request from the staging records. So whatever is needed by the API needs to be in the staging records. So if I look at my API request, the API only needs 2 fields. It needs the person number, which is going to use as employee qualifier, and it needs the combined punch, date, and time. So the API only needs these 2 fields. So those are the fields that we need in our staging records. We're going to need the person number, and we're going to need the punch DTM. punch date and time. And again, I'm just going to treat the punch date and time as character data. It's just going into a JSON document, and it's between double quotes. It's character data. As long as it looks right, that's the only thing that matters. But it's just character data. And that's it. Those are the only two fields we need for the API. So those are the only two fields you need in your stage records. So that's it for stage. And that's it for flat file profiles. Now, for JSON profiles, there are 4 JSON profiles that come with the framework. There is a sample API request body that comes with the framework, but we're not going to use it. Instead, we're going to create our own JSON profiles based on those 4 sample files we saved on the desktop. So this sample request, we're not going to use. We're going to create our own request. The callback request document, you never have to edit. The integration details request document, you never have to edit. And the run summary totals request, you never have to edit. So really the JSON profiles, none of these I want to edit. Instead, I want to create 4 new JSON profiles based on those sample files I have on my desktop. So how do you create a new JSON profile? Well, how do you create a new anything? In Boomi, there's a wizard for that, right? And there's 2 ways of launching that wizard. There's the right way and the wrong way, as far as Rick is concerned. The wrong way would be to use this create new button up here. I don't like this create new button because if you use this create new, what you're saying is you're creating a new component at the account level, and it will default to saving that new component in the root of your Boomi account. Please do not save any components in the root of your Boomi accounts. Please save them in the folders where they belong. Now, if you do that, you can always manually move the object over to a folder, but it's an extra step. So I don't like using this create new because it puts things in the root of the account, and you should not have any components in the root of your account. Instead, if you want to create a new component in the punch import folder, the punch import folder menu has new component, and it will launch the exact same wizard to walk you through creating the new component, but it will default to saving it in this folder, which is where it belongs. So please get into the habit of creating new components at the folder level, not at the account level. So from the punch import folder, we're going to say new component. And that launches the create component wizard. I don't want to create a new process. I want to create a new JSON profile. All right, so create component, JSON profile. I'll click on create. And I'm going to name the profile just like how I named the files on my desktop. The first one is going to be called punch underscore request. Just like how I named it, the file on my desktop, punch underscore request. And now it's asking me, do you want to manually create the profile or import it? Well, I do not want to manually create the profile. That's why we saved those sample files. So we're going to click on import a profile. And because we're importing a JSON profile, it's going to look for a JSON file. That's why I gave all those files a JSON extension. And we're going to choose from our desktop or wherever you save those files. We're going to choose punch underscore request.json. Now, when I click next, it's going to open that JSON file. It's going to evaluate the document structure. And if it's a sound document, that is to say there's no typos, there's no missing brackets or extra brackets, or there's no commas out of place. If it's a sound JSON document, then it will successfully create the profile for me. If there's a typo in there, this import wizard will fail. So when I click next, it evaluates the document. It says operation complete, but I was expecting to see a green happy check mark. Which the fact that it's still spinning leads me to believe that it didn't work. But I will be patient, and I'll give it a few seconds before I lose my patience. All right, I have lost my patience. So I can't click next. So all you can do is cancel. And then try it again, because what's the definition of insanity? Trying the same thing, expecting a different result. So I'll click on import. I'll choose my desktop, punch request, click next, and now it worked. Okay. So if it works, you get the green happy check mark. If it didn't work, it'd be a red X, and it would tell you, it'd give you a hint as to what the nature of the problem was that prevented it from coming in, what the syntax error was. But mine worked. I got the green happy check mark. So when I click on finish, it now created this JSON profile. And if you haven't seen JSON profiles before in Boomi, you don't see the actual JSON syntax. You see a representational structure of the document. But before I explain this, does anybody want me to show you the with that profile import again? Okay. So this representational structure of the document, right? This is what we imported, punch request. So the way you read this is very literally. At the root of the document is an object called punches, right? So punches is an object, right? Curly bracket says that this is an object. And punches is an array, right? So square bracket, punches is an array. And every array element is going to contain an object called punch DTM and another object at the same level called employee. So punch DTM and employee are at the same level, which means they need to be comma separated. And under employee is an object called qualifier. So under employee is an object called qualifier. And even though my sample document had 2 entries in the array, it just reduced it down to a single element. So it doesn't matter if your sample document has 1 entry in the array or 100 entries in the array, it's just going to reduce it down to its basic structure. But I didn't have to manually create this JSON profile. It created it for me based on my sample document. So it's 100% correct and hasn't made any typos. Right? So there's actually nothing to do, just save and close that punch request profile. And now in your punch import JSON profiles, you should see your punch request now shows up there in the folder where it belongs. All right, so now we need to do the same thing with the other 3 files. So the next one I'm going to bring in is the punch response for 200. So again, I want that to go into the punch import folder. So for the punch import folder, I'm going to say new component. JSON profile. And I'm going to call this one punch underscore response underscore 200. Punch response 200. And I'll import my punch response 200. And now it just created all this for me. And that's it. There's nothing to do. Just click save and close. So now I got my punch request, my punch response 200, 2 down, 2 to go. The next one I'm going to bring in is my punch response 207 error. So again, from the punch import folder, I'm going to say new component. JSON profile. This one's going to be punch underscore response underscore 207 underscore error. So just like I saved it on my desktop, punch response 207 error. And I'll import my punch response 207 error. Now, this is one of those files that you edited manually. So if you made a typo, this is most likely where it would show up. The import wizard would give you the red X, but mine worked. So save and close. So 3 down, 1 to go. So again, punch import, new component, JSON profile. This is going to be punch underscore response underscore 207 underscore success. Punch response 207 success. And I'll import punch response 207 success. And save and close that. So again, if you got sample documents, there is no easier way of creating profiles in Boomi. That's why we saved those 4 files out of Postman. And again, looking at this naming convention that we're using for these profiles, it's the API, the punch API. It's either a request or response document. And if it's a response document, what type of response document is this? All right, so using a naming convention like this nicely groups those profiles in our JSON profiles folder. You're going to be working with a number of integrations that have to call, a number of different APIs. And each of those API calls are going to have its own request and response documents. So using a naming convention like this nicely groups them together.
Rick, I got an error for last file. 207 success.
Okay. So a couple of things you can do. Either look at the JSON file and find the error, fix it, and then retry the import. Or another thing you can do is you can go into my punch import folder and copy my punch response 207 success down to your punch import folder.
Okay.
And for everybody else, you can do the same thing. If there's another integration that is working with an API that has a request set up the way you want to reuse it, you can just copy a profile from one integration folder to another integration folder.
Sure, Rick. Thanks.
Yep. Not that I'm encouraging you to copying each other's work, but if there's one integration that has a profile you want, copy to another integration folder. Just make sure that when you're done copying, you close the source folder and only have open the folder you want to work in. Because all of our integration folders are going to contain very similar objects, right? The framework says, you know, it's the same named objects in each folder. So it would be very easy to edit the wrong object, the wrong component, because you're looking in the wrong folder. So you should only ever have one folder open in the Component Explorer, and it's the folder that you want to actively edit. Because everything is going to be named similarly, it's too easy to edit the wrong thing if you have too many folders open. So do yourself a favor and only have one folder open. It's the folder you actually want to edit. All right. So, again, we copied the import framework. We renamed the main process. We renamed everything that depends on the name of the main process. We tailored the source flat file profile to our needs. We tailored the stage flat file profile to our needs. And we created the 4 JSON profiles that we're going to need. So now we can turn our attention to the programming that we're going to need. So we're going to start at the top with the main process, which is now called punch import. And I realize that this is the first time you're seeing our import framework, and not every component is going to need to be edited. Some do, some don't. But I still want you to understand what they do, even if you don't have to edit them. So as we move our way through this import framework, I'm also going to be giving you a tour of what all these components are actually used for, whether you have to edit them or not. So it starts with our start shape, which is a web services server start shape with a listener operation. And if you look at the name of the listener, punch import listener, we actually renamed this earlier, right? If you edit this punch import listener, we did this earlier, right? We renamed the listener and we set the object to the main process name. So we've already done this, and it's picked up the new name of that listener already on the canvas. So there's actually nothing we have to do for the web service start shape because we already did it. Right? So nothing to do there. So this will receive the XML file that came in from WFM. So now the document in the flow is the XML document. And when you're working with Boomi, you always have to ask yourself that question: what's the document in the flow? Right? Well, it's our XML document. So now we come across, now we come to a set property shape, which has a display name of set Boomi exec ID, which set Boomi execution ID. If you look at this set property shape, right, it's grabbing a execution property called execution ID, and it's storing that in a process property. If you remember, in the XML document that's in the flow, there is the Falcon execution ID, which is the integration execution ID from the WFM side. I also want the execution ID from the Boomi side. I actually want both of them for logging purposes. So this is going to grab the execution property called execution ID from Boomi and put that into a process property. Now, if you look at the name of that process property, it's the old name of the process property. You can see the placeholder there for process name. We renamed our process properties, but this is still showing the old name of the process property. And, Boomi would tell you that that's not a problem because process properties actually have a unique ID behind the scenes. So even if you rename a process property, it doesn't break any referential integrity. We will tell you from experience that that's not always true. We've seen too many errors pop up if you don't resolve these old process property names to their new names. So our recommended practice is anywhere you see an old process property name being referenced, you should resolve it to its new name. How do you do that? Well, luckily for us, is a very easy way of doing that. And in Boomi, anywhere you see a process property being referenced, you can double click it. And that brings up a selector dialog. And if you look at the selector dialog, it's already found the new name of that process property. I just had to make it look. And now that it looked, it found it. Its new name is punch import _auth. So there's actually nothing I have to do. All I have to do is click OK. And that fixes that reference, right? But I just had to make it look. And then it discovered it. So we're going to have to do that as we move our way through all of this programming. We're going to be looking for anywhere there's an old process property name. We should resolve it to its new name. And again, just double click it. And when the selector dialog comes up, it should have already found it. Just click OK. Right? But we'll have to do that as we move our way through. So that doesn't affect the document in the flow. So our little XML document continues on its way. We have a try-catch shape here so that if I throw an exception down any of these sub-processes, it'll get caught by this try-catch here in the main process, go down the catch path where it will fail the integration gracefully, but at least it'll let the user know that it failed. We'll come back to this. So now our XML will go down into the first sub-process called save initialized properties. Before we go down into save initialized properties, it's gonna take a little bit to explain everything that's going on down inside there, and we're pretty close to lunchtime. So let me pause here and ask if there's any general questions so far about the process that we're going through of turning a generic framework into a punch import specific transaction processing template. Are you guys?
Yes. Rick, can I
Yes.
just have a quick question?
Yes.
So I realized as you mentioned, we only created 4 response types. So the bad request, what happens to it? We don't need to create one. So how do we generate that response profile?
So the bad request is a 400. And
Yes.
a 400 response document looks exactly like a 207 response document. It's just that they're all errors. So we can actually reuse our 207 error profile as
Okay, I understand. I think you did mention that. So we would reuse our 207 error one. Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yeah. So what she's saying is if I get a 400, right? If I get a 400 bad request, if you look at a 400 response document, I've got this details results array, but in the details results array, they're all going to be errors. There's not going to be any successes mixed in. So because they're all, it looks exactly like a 207 response document. It's just that they're all errors. So later on, I'll be able, for the 400 processing, I'll just be able to reuse my 207 error profile because it looks exactly the same. Good question, because I didn't actually show you the 400.
Rick, actually, I'm unable to copy that success file. Do not sound success file. I'm unable
You
to
were
see that file. Yeah.
you were not able to copy.
Yes, yes. I'm unable to see that from my end.
Okay, so if your component browser hasn't been updated, then up at the very top where it says search for component or folder, you can click in there and just hit enter,
Sure.
and that will refresh the component tree.
Sure.
And when you do that, now does it show up?
Let me check it. Yes. Yes, Rick. Thanks. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Got it.
All right. All right. Any other questions? All right, then what we are going to do is we are going to break for lunch. And again, I'll put up a timer for 1 hour. And let's make sure we're all back at the same time because we're going to be jumping right back into this lab. So I'll see you. And before you walk away from lunch, save whatever component you have open. Please remember you're using a web-based editor. Browsers crash, web connections get dropped, laptops crash, right? If you lose your browser, then whatever components you had open that you didn't save, you've lost your changes. So as we move our way through this lab, you're gonna hear me tell you periodically, let's make our changes and save what we have open just so that we're saving periodically, right? Because it happens, right? So anytime you walk away from your computer, like a break or lunch, just save what you have open so you don't have to worry about losing your changes if you come back and your browser's crashed, right? Because that sucks. All right. So we saved it. So let's go ahead. We'll break for lunch and I'll see you in an hour. All right, if we're all back from lunch, give me a thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, well, that's not everybody. So we'll give them a couple of minutes to come back. But I do want to recap what we're doing in creating our own template from this import framework. This is not something that you are you're going to have to do very frequently. And in some cases, you may never have to do it. It's very likely that the integrations that your customers are asking for, we already have a template for. And so it'll be more like what we did yesterday, where the transaction processing, if you will, has already been built out. It's just a matter of tailoring it to a slightly different source file layout, slightly different data transformations. It should not be anything near as involved in what we're doing today. But what we're doing today is serving a couple of purposes. One, I want you to be familiar with the import framework because all of our templates were built from this. So getting familiarized with all the processing in here will help you easier work with any template that you have to work with from us. And in the rare case that you may have to build your own template, this is the general process for it. You have to understand the nature of the transaction first, and that's why we start with Postman. And once we get a working transaction, then we can model the request and response documents that we're going to need in Boomi, copy the framework, rename the main process, rename anything that depends on the name of the main process, tailor the profiles that come with the framework, and then move your way through all the programming and make sure it's appropriate for whatever it is that you're building. And that's what we're going through. All right. So again, it's very unlikely, not unlikely. It's very rare that you will ever have to do what we're doing, but it does serve a good learning purpose for you. And there's a lot of steps. I realize there's a lot of steps in there, but again, that's why I made the lab step by step, so that it'll be a refresher to you in the future if you ever have to do this. All right. So we had left off moving our way through this punch import process. Now, my session looks like it's still up. I don't know for sure if it's still awake. So what I typically do, just to make sure it's still awake, is if I just move a shape a little bit and then click save, the save worked. So that means my session is still alive. If you do another save and you get a pink message that failed to contact the server, then your session died and you have to X out of the Boomi designer and go back in with a fresh session. So before I get carried away, now that I've been away for an hour and I'm coming back, I just wanted to make sure that my session is still alive. So if your session is still alive and you're ready to move on, give me a thumbs up. All right. Okay, then let's carry on. All right, so our XML document that came in from WFM was in the flow. There was a set property shape here where we needed to resolve the name of a process property that was being referenced to its new name. But that doesn't affect the XML in the flow. So our XML continues on, and it's going to go down into save initialize properties. So let's go down into save initialize properties. And there are 6 things happening in here. The first thing that's happening is we have a set property shape here that is initializing a dynamic process property called error_message. Now, this is a dynamic process property. It's not a predefined component. It's a component that gets created at runtime. And since it's not a predefined component, we don't have to worry about resolving its name to some other predefined component. So dynamic anything, you don't have to worry about renaming them. So this is a dynamic process property called error_message, and it's going to contain error encountered during integration run. Please refer to process reporting for more details. You've probably seen this before. This is our default error message. And this is a good default error message, but we can always replace it later with something more specific that we encounter. So for example, if we're doing an SFTP connector and we get an error over there, I can always replace this error message with something more specific about the SFTP error that we encountered. Or if we're doing an HTTP connector and I get an error over there, I can always replace this default error message with something more specific about the nature of the HTTP error. But if I don't, at least this will be the default error message. And this is a good error message. So, and because it's dynamic, we don't have to edit this at all. Right? But that's what this shape is doing. The next shape is another set property shape, which is setting the authentication process properties. And there's 4 authentication process properties being set here. But if you look at the names of them, they're the old names. So to resolve these to their new names, just double click on the old name. And when the selector dialog comes up, it's already found the new name. So all you have to do is click OK. But we have to do that for all 4 of these. Double click the old name, click OK. Double click the old name, click OK. Double click the old name, click OK. So that now all these references look right. But what are they doing? All right, so we're setting a Falcon execution ID from a value that's coming in from this XML file that's in the flow. And because that XML profile was set up to define an instance of a process property in this file where the name is equal to Falcon execution ID, I can just say, give me its value, and it will know what I'm talking about. There's no need for any XML parsing here. Because of the way this XML profile was set up, it knows what I'm talking about when I say, give me the value for the Falcon execution ID. And the same thing for the app key, right? That's going to come from the process property integration internal key. Give me its value. The cookie is 2 fields coming in the XML, and they have to be assembled into a cookie format. And the cookie format is authn_token equals, and then the value of an integration token, and then semicolon authn_SSID equals, and then the value of an integration service identifier key. All of that together is the cookie that we're going to use as our authorization header for all the API calls. And the tenant query string is just a parameter that we can append to the end of our URLs. That's going to keep track of what tenant ID is coming through our API gateways. And that's just for logging purposes on the cloud team. So it's just building a query string, question mark tenant ID equals, and then the tenant ID that came in from WFM. So nothing on this value side do we have to edit. The only thing we did was just make sure that these process properties look right. But that's what we have to do at this point in the integration is take those values out of the XML file and put them into Boomi process properties. That's what we're doing here. Right. Now, there's going to be potentially more fields in the XML file, right? So these are the ones that we always have to grab out of the XML for our authentication process properties. But you may have more in there, like parameters that were supplied by the user at runtime. Right? And that's what this map shape is for, this map called override props. If we take a look at this map, so this XML file, we already took care of the Falcon execution ID, the tenant ID, the token, internal key, and the service identifier key. All right, that's what we took care of in the previous shape. But there may be more fields in here. So what do you want to do with those, right? So maybe there's a file name that was provided by the end user because you prompted them for that. And if the file name is present in this XML file, then it will trigger this function that resets the process property from that value. If file name is not present in the file, then this won't trigger, right? So only if the user gave us a file name will it actually overwrite what is currently in the process property, which would be either the default value or the value that came in from extensions. Boomi would have already figured that out. So this is saying at this point in the processing, if this is present in the XML, then rewrite that process property. And if enable parallel processing is present in the file, then rewrite that process property. And I'll talk about parallel processing a little bit later on. Now, if you had also prompted them for effective date, effective date is not something that comes with the framework, but you can create your own. It's just a matter of editing this XML profile to add the qualifier for the effective date, add an instance of process property where the name is equal to effective date, and then map that here to a set process property function, right? Now, in maps, Boomi says every map needs a source profile and a destination profile. But we're not doing anything with a destination. All we're doing is using the source and then a function to set a process property. There is no actual destination for this map. But Boomi says you have to have a destination. So if you remember, there was a dummy flat file profile. We don't actually use it other than this, just to trick the map into thinking we actually have a destination, but we're not actually using it for anything. So all this map does is check to see if this field is available in the file, and if so, rewrite the process property. Now, for us, I will be having you prompt the user for the file name. So there will be a file name coming in the XML file, but that's an example that comes with the framework. So it's already done for her. There's nothing we have to do because it's already done. So you don't even have to edit this. It's fine for us. Now, after the map shape is a notify shape, which is going to write a message into the log. File name equals, and then a #1 variable. And that #1 variable is going to come from a process property. But if I look at that process property name, it's the old name. So I'm just going to double click on the old name. And when the selector comes up, just click OK, so that now it looks right. Right. So it's going to build a message, file name equals, and then the name of the file. If I had also added effective date to that map, I could just, add that. I could just add that to the message and then say that #2 comes from the process property for effective date. So whatever decisions you made in this map, you can just add them to this message so that we know when we look in the process reporting logs, after the map, this is what was being held in those process properties. You see the result of that decision making. So all I had, file name is what we're going to use. That was the example here. The only thing I did here was just resolve this process property name so that it looks right. That's all I did. This next shape is a message shape called reference to process properties. And this one takes a little bit of explanation as to why we have this. And that explanation requires you to understand what's happening when we deploy a main process. When we deploy a main process, there's a component called a package builder that's going to evaluate your main process and all the sub-processes underneath it. And it's going to see what programming components are being referenced in your programming. And it's going to make sure that a copy of that component is put into the package that it builds, so that when we deploy that package to a tenant environment and it runs on an Atom, the Atom will have access to all the components it needs for execution. All right. So that's the job of the package builder, is to evaluate every component that's being referenced and make sure a copy of that component is put into the package. Now, having said that, it will only put components that are being referenced in your programming into that package. So if you have extra components here that aren't being referenced anywhere, then you don't need them, and it's not going to put them in the package. So it doesn't just blindly zip up this entire folder. It only puts in the package what you're actually referencing in your programming, which is pretty smart of Boomi to do that. Unfortunately, for us, there may be some components that we need to be present in extensions so that WFM can see them, but we're not actually using them in our programming. For example, if you have a process property that has the cross-reference table headers in it, we need to be able to see those headers in extensions so that we can build the table editing user interface correctly. But nowhere in our programming do we actually use that process property that has the cross-reference table headers in it. So if you're not referencing it in your programming, then it won't be included in the package. If it's not in the package, you can't extend it. And if it's not in extensions, then WFM won't be able to see it. So if you want it in extensions, you have to make sure it's referenced somewhere in your programming so that it gets picked up by the package builder. That's what this message shape is. This message shape gives us a place where we can make a reference to process properties that aren't referenced someplace else, but we still want them to get picked up by the package builder. Right? And the example that comes with the framework is an example cross-reference table process property, and also one for parallel processing. Now, for the punch import, we don't have a cross-reference table, and we're not going to do anything with parallel processing. So, as it turns out, we don't need this shape because the only things I'm going to extend are things that I'm actually using. So I actually don't need this message shape at all. So now we have a choice to make. The framework has given us some programming that we don't need. Just in case you needed it, it was there. But as it turns out, for the punch import, we don't need this. So now we have a choice to make. I can either leave it there if it does no harm to the flow, or if I don't need it, I can remove it because I'm never going to need it for a punch import. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to remove it since we don't need it, and we're never going to need it for the punch import. So what I'm going to do is remove this message shape from the canvas. Right? Now, when I do that, I'm left with a dead branch, which I don't want either. So if you're going to remove something, that's fine, but now you're going to have to correct the flow so that you have good flow. And before I do that, let's just take a look at this last shape here, which is another set property shape called initialize run summary counts. And all this is doing is setting some dynamic process properties, and they're dynamic, so I don't have to worry about renaming them. But these are dynamic process properties that are going to be used for accumulating the run summary counts that we're going to need at the end of the integration run. And it's just initializing those counts to zeros. So total number of source records is 0, total number of disqualifications is 0, total number of successes is 0, total number of errors is 0. That's all this is doing. And since they're dynamic, we don't have to worry about renaming anything. So you actually never have to edit that shape. But let's get back to this dead branch, because I don't want a dead branch. I need good flow. And now there's only 5 branches left. I don't need 6 branches. So let's edit this branch shape and change the number of branches from 6 to 5. And now that we have the right number of branches, we have to reconnect that 5th branch so that we have good flow. Do they have to be evenly spaced like this? No, they don't. Do I do that? Yes, I do, because I have issues. But Now we have good flow, right? We didn't need that message shape. We got rid of it, and now we're left with good flow. Right? So again, the XML came in. We initialized a default error message. We took out the authentication process properties out of the XML that we wanted. We took out any parameters that we wanted. We logged any parameters we made decisions for, and we initialized the run summary counts to zeros. That's it for save initialize properties. Anybody want to see part of that again before I save and close it? All right, then let's save and close it, which will bring us back to our main process. And now that I'm back at the main process, I'm just going to save it so that I'm saving what I have open periodically. Okay. So now that brings us to the import data process. So let's go down into there. And the import data process is where all the real work for this integration is going to happen, right? We're going to retrieve our source data, we're going to do our data transformations, and we're going to call the API. This is where all the real work is going to happen. But before we do that, we have a placeholder here for building non-dynamic cache. And if you remember, non-dynamic cache would be data that you need to look up from the system that is independent of your source data. We haven't even read the source data yet. So this would have to be independent of the source data, right? And if we look at this non-dynamic cache subprocess, it does nothing. It goes right to an end and continue shape. But if you did need to build some non-dynamic cache, we give you some shapes that you can use as a starting point with your typical cache building logic, right? So build a request document, log a copy of the request document, post the request document, and in the response document, split out the objects you want and write them to cache, right? So your typical cache building logic, you can tailor, connect into the flow to whatever you need, right? For us, for the punch import, we don't need any cache, right? Everything we need is coming in the source file, right? Person, number, date, and time. That's everything we need. We don't need to look up any cache. So again, the framework is giving me something just in case I need it, but I don't need it. I'm going to remove this subprocess for non-dynamic cache because we don't need it. And I do want to point out that a remove is not a delete, right? When you're removing something from the canvas, you're just removing a reference to it in your programming. It doesn't delete the component, right? The component is still in your component folder, right? You're just removing a reference. So when you're on a canvas, right, you'll see remove, but not delete. When you're in a component, you'll see delete, but not remove, right? So this is how you delete a component. I'm just removing a reference to it. So just, if you didn't pick this up from your Boomi training, remove doesn't delete the component. It just removes reference to it. All right, so I removed that subprocess, which leaves me with a dead branch. I don't want the dead branch. But since there's only one path of logic left, I don't need this branch shape either. So I'm going to remove the branch shape as well. I do need the rest of this. So I'm just going to reconnect the flow so that I have good flow. All right. So now we're getting ready to retrieve our source data. But before we do that, we're setting the file name outside of that subprocess, that makes that subprocess reusable, right? So I could set a file name called the subprocess, set another file name called the subprocess, right? It makes that reusable. And let's edit this set property shape. There are two dynamic process properties that are being set here. One is file name and the other one's the remote directory, which is going to default to /inbound, which is where we look for those import files by default. Now, this dynamic process property for file name is going to come from a process property component. But if you look at it, it's got the old process property name. So I'm just going to double click that to resolve it so that it looks right. The dynamic process property for file name comes from the process property file name. And the dynamic process property for a remote directory comes from the process property for source directory. But again, I'm going to double click it to resolve that reference so it looks right. Right. So that's all we have to do is set up the file name and remote directory, because those two dynamic process properties are used in our connectors. So let's go down into retrieve source data and take a look at what's going on in here. So we were in this process yesterday with the accrual balance reset, and I had to take you in here because there are two SFTP connectors that aren't fully configured, because we don't know where in your folder structure you would have put your shared UKG internal SFTP connector that you want to reuse. So we have to finish the configuration of these two SFTP connectors. And again, there's two connectors because there's a decision of, do you want to delete the file after processing? And if that's set to true, we do a download file and delete operation. If this is false, we do a download file operation. So the operation is there, but the connection is missing. So if we click on the word configure or double click the connector, you'll see that the connection is missing. And we can click the word choose. And again, don't use the recommended list because you won't know if this is yours, mine, or somebody else's. Instead, go down to your folder and pick your shared UKG internal connection. And then do the same thing for the other connector. Click the word configure. And for the missing connection, choose from your personal folder your shared UKG internal. So again, we set that up yesterday with the intent of defining it once, using it many times. And here I'm just using it one of the many times. All right, so that's the part you have to do. But let me explain the rest of what's going on here. And you'll see that there are two exceptions that can be thrown here. And that's because with SFTP, there's two different things that could go wrong. One is the connector could fail, right? So bad host, bad port, bad username, bad password. The password is wrong. The account is locked. The server's down. There's lots of reasons why a connection could fail, right? That's one thing. Another thing is that the connection could work, but we couldn't find the file you told us to look for, right? So a file not found type of error message. So that's why there's two exceptions here that can be thrown. And of course, when you throw an exception in a subprocess, it gets caught up at the try-catch in the main process and ends the integration with a failure, but at least it lets the user know that it failed. So this subprocess has its own try-catch. And what this is going to do, it's going to try one of these two SFTP connectors. Depending on the result of this decision, it's just going to try one of them. And if that connector, if the connection fails, right, bad host, bad port, bad username, bad password, the account's locked, server's down, whatever. If the connection fails, then it will back up to the try catch, go down the catch path where it will throw the exception and go back up to the main process and end the integration gracefully. But before we throw that exception, here's an opportunity to replace that default error message that I showed you earlier with something more specific about what we just encountered. So I'm replacing that error underscore message with SFTP connection error encountered, colon, and then whatever the message was that came back from the connector. Right? And then throw the exception. Now, if the connection works and we find the file, we're going to set a file found property to true, and then we're going to return that file back up from where we came from for more processing. If the connection works, but we don't find the file, and this is weird. I actually don't like this because I don't think it's intuitive. But if the connection works, but we don't find the file, then Boomi will abandon the branch. It stops processing the branch. It will never get to this next shape, which is setting the file found property. It just stops processing the branch. So in other words, this branch is done, right? It didn't throw an error, which is what I think is non-intuitive. It just stops processing the branch if the file's not found. So that branch is done. So now we go down the second branch. Did we ever make it to saying that the file found? If we did, then we set the file found to true, and we return the document already. So if file found is true, there's nothing else we have to do. Let's just get out of here, right? And to continue, and let's move on. But if file found is still set to false, then let's throw an exception and end the integration gracefully. But again, let's build an intelligent error message that lets the user know that the source file and then the name of the source file not found in SFTP directory. And I just resolved the name of that process property so it looks right. So that's what's happening here, right? So do one of these two connectors, retrieve the file, return the file for more processing. What we had to do was finish the configuration of the two SFTP connectors. Optionally, I also resolved a process property reference in the file not found error message. Anybody want to see part of this again before we save and close it? All right, then let's save and close it. And that will bring us back to the import data process. Now that we're back here, I'm just going to save so that I'm saving what I have open periodically. So now our source document is the document in the flow for the first time. And now our source document is going to go down into IAC source mapping. And this is where data transformations are going to get done. Now, IAC, what is IAC? IAC was actually the original name of my team. We're now called the Global Integration Services team, but originally we were the Integration and API Consulting team, IAC. Why would we put our team name in the name of a sub-process? Well, because in the beginning, when Dimensions was young, there were two teams trying to figure out what's the best way to build Boomi integrations for Dimensions. There was my team who was building templates, and then there was engineering who was building integration packs. And we were working side by side to come up with what the right recommended practices would be. And as it turns out, there were two different versions of this sub-process. One done by my team and another one done by engineering for the integration packs. Obviously, this isn't an integration pack, it's a template. So we're only using our version of this sub-process. But why they didn't take the name of our team name off the name of the sub-process, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. So you can just ignore that. We would typically just refer to this as the source mapping sub-process. So let's go down into source mapping. And it's a data pass-through, right? So the source file that we retrieved is still the document in the flow. And one of the things that we're going to need in this integration run is a count of how many records came in from the source file. So now that we have the source file, we can count the records that are in there. So we have a data process shape here with two steps in it. The first step is a split by line. So it'll split this document by line, and then those lines get fed to the next step, which is a Groovy script that's going to count whatever you feed it. And you don't ever have to edit our counting script. It just works. In fact, let me rephrase that. Please do not edit our counting script. It just works. And it will just simply count whatever you feed it and return the count. Right? And in our case, what we're feeding it are lines. So it'll count the lines. Now, on this split step, there's an option here for headers. Do you want to retain the first line or remove the first line? So as a reminder, if you look at my source file, that first line is a header row. I don't want to count that line as an incoming transaction. So before I do the count, I want to remove that first line and then just feed the remaining lines to the counting script. So on the split step, I need to tell it, remove the first line as column headings so it doesn't end up getting counted. Right? And that's it, right? So you're either going to have to count the first line or not count the first line, depending on what you're dealing with or source file. In our case, we don't want to count the first line, so we removed it. And now that count is in the flow. And these shapes after it, you never have to edit, right? These are just what we have to do. And it's going to set a data present flag if that count is greater than 0. It's going to create a run summary count that says the total number of source records is this, and it's going to write that to the run summary count cache, which will get emptied at the end of the integration run to produce the actual run summary counts. But these shapes, again, you never have to edit. They just work. The only thing you have to edit is whether or not you want to count the first line or not. All right. So now the branch will send a copy of the original source file down the second branch, where we have a decision here. Does data exist in this source file? If it doesn't, if that's an empty file, then I don't want to send an empty file through maps, because that will produce a Boomi runtime error called map produce no data. And that will cause an integration to abort, which I don't want to happen. So, and I've seen this a number of times, especially when you're dealing with automated systems, that some source system will still generate a file for today, even if there were no transactions for today. It'll just be an empty file, but it created the file. So it could be that the file we read is just an empty file, and we have to check for that, because I don't want an empty file to go through the maps. So if data exists is false, right? If it's an empty one, then I'm going to skip the maps. And I'm going to build an additional callback message to let the user know that one or more source files did not contain records. And then end and continue to get out of here without doing the maps. But if the data is populated, if it's not an empty file, then we'll go ahead and do the maps. Now, the source to stage map is what we call the main map. You're always going to have a source to stage. We read our source records, and then we build our staging documents with all of our fully transformed API-ready data. So you're always going to have source to stage. But I also mentioned that sometimes if the source to stage map gets really busy with a lot of functions in it, it can get hard to read. And if that happens, then sometimes what we'll do is we'll split out some of the lighter weight transformations into a separate map, a map that goes from the source to the source, and we'll just put the lightweight stuff in there, like reformatting dates and reformatting numbers. Now, for our source to stage map, we're just going to be bringing over the person number, and we're going to have one function that combines and reformats the separate date and time together and puts it into isolocal date-time format for the API. So it's just going to be one function in the map. It's not going to be a very complicated map. So we don't need this source preprocess. But I mentioned earlier, if you don't need something, you can remove it, or if it doesn't harm the flow, you want to leave it there, that's up to you. This will harm the flow if you don't use it, right? That source preprocess map does nothing by default. So if you're not going to use it, you can't leave it there because you will get that error message that map produced no data. So since we don't need it, we have to remove it. We also have another placeholder for building dynamic cache. And again, dynamic cache is you're looking up data out of the system that is dependent on your source data. So now that we have the source data in the flow, we can look up for these employees who their manager is or something like that. And it would be the exact same logic for the cache builder that you saw earlier, right? You can literally just copy and paste those same logic shapes into here because it's the same logic, right? Build a request document, log a copy of the request document, post the request document, and then a response document, split up the data you want, write it to cache. You can literally copy and paste those same components. But we don't need any dynamic cache. So again, I don't need this. I'm going to remove it. And since there's only one branch of logic left, I don't need this branch shape either. So I'll remove the branch. I do need the source to stage, and I do need to return those stage documents. So I'm going to reconnect these into the flow. And make sure everything lines up nice and neat because I have issues. All right. So now we just have our source to stage and returning our stage documents. So let's go into source to stage. We have our source on the source side. We have our stage on the destination side. And in the middle is a sample function called disqualify. And this function will set a dynamic document property called disqualify to true. And what I can do is I can edit this function to look for whatever conditions I would want to look for that would make me want to disqualify this document from being processed further. Right? And if I find that condition, I can set this dynamic document property called disqualify to true. And if you do use this disqualify function, there are some shapes down below that we can connect into the flow and use them to check to see, is this a document that is disqualified? If it is, count it as a disqualification and add that count to the run summary count cache. And then that disqualified document dies there. If it's not disqualified, then I would return those documents. So I would reconnect the return to the false path if it's not a disqualified. I'm not going to do anything with disqualifications. So we don't need this disqualified function. So you can remove this function from the map. Now, again, it just removes it from the canvas. It doesn't delete the function component. It just removes it from being referenced. So if you change your mind, you still have it. All right. So now the job of this map is to build staging records. So let's build some staging records. Where is person number going to come from? Well, that one's easy. It's going to come from my source person number. So I'll just drag that straight across. Where is punch DTM going to come from? Well, that we're going to need a function that combines the incoming date and time. And as a reminder, the date that's coming in is in year-month-day format. The time that's coming in is in hours and minutes format. And if all I do is concatenate those two fields, it will give me something that's formatted like this. That is not isolocal datetime format. Isolocal datetime format looks like this. Year-month-day, there's a literal capital T, and then hours, minutes, seconds. That's what we need. So I'm going to need a function that has two steps in it. One, to combine the date and the time together, and then a second step to reformat it from this format to this format. And there's a message in the chat. Could you please tell me what happened to this disqualified function? I clicked on the X to remove the function from the map. All right.
Rick, sorry.
Yes.
I just had a quick question. I just wanted to know, wouldn't it be easier to format the CSV file to the format we're looking for on our staging table, so that we don't have to use the map, this map function? Do you understand what I mean? This
Yeah.
map shape.
I would love to be able to tell every customer that their systems have to give me the data I want without having to do any data transformations, but we don't have that luxury. We have to work with what their other system is giving us.
Oh, okay. So that's why we're doing it this way. Because I thought maybe it would be easier just to format the CSV file accordingly to what we're looking for. That way, we wouldn't
That
have to
would
do
be,
all this.
yeah, that would be ideal. But no,
Oh.
we don't have that luxury.
Okay, I understand.
Yep. Now there are other ways of importing data into WFM. there is a data import tool that will make you provide the data as we want it into a source file, and then the data import tool will take that. And that's exactly what you're saying. Just give me the data I want formatted in the way I want it, and then you can use that data import tool. Boomi integrations are for when we have to do our own work because the data being given to us doesn't meet our needs. So we need integration logic to make it what we want so that we can import it. So that's where we use Boomi, is for stuff like that. All right, so I need a custom function that's going to have 2 steps in it. So let's add a function in the middle. And when you add a function, if you can do what you need to do in one step, there is a whole lot of functions that come with Boomi that you can use. But if you need more than one step, and we need 2 steps, if you need more than one step, then you're going to have to create a new custom function with as many steps in there as you need. And since we need 2 steps, we're going to have to create a new function. So let's do that. And the first thing I want you to do in your new function is give it a descriptive name. I hate looking at people's maps and seeing functions named new map function 1, new map function 2, new map function 3, because I don't know what they're doing, right? I actually have to open them up and take a look at what they're doing because you're not using descriptive names. So please give your functions descriptive names. And I'm going to call this function combine date and time because that's what it's going to do. And my function is going to need 2 inputs. I'll call the first input date. And I'll call the second input time. Right? So a separate date and time is going to come in. And my function is going to have 1 output that I'll call date time. Get it? Because it combined the date and the time. And you can call these whatever you want. Just use descriptive names, please. All right. Now we need to fill in the steps in the middle. So the first step is going to be to concatenate the date and the time together into one field. And it's just concatenating 2 strings together into one. So the first step is going to be a string function called string concat. And when you're doing concatenation, do I need a delimiter between the pieces that get concatenated? No, I don't. Do I need to truncate it to a certain length? No, I don't. But you do need to specify all the pieces of the string that you want to build together. So we're going to need the first part of the string is going to be coming from the date. So you can call this string 1, string 2, and you can call this part 1, part 2, part A, part B. Again, I like to use descriptive names. So if I'm using this first part of the string for the date, I'll just call it date. And then the next piece to be added to the right of the first piece, the second input, string B, part 2, or I'm using it for time, so I'll just call it time. All right, and with string concatenation, you just keep listing things, and it'll just keep building the first part out to the right, out to the right, out to the right, and it just gets built from left to right. So That's all string concatenation does. So I'm concatenating the date part to the time part. I'm sorry, the time part to the date part. And I'm not going to configure any defaults, so we can leave those blank. So for the string concatenation step, I'm going to use the function input date as the date part of the concatenation, and I'm going to use the function input time as the time part of the concatenation. And the result that comes out will be something that looks like this. That's not what we want. What we want is isolocal date time. So we're going to have to reformat our date from this format to this format. And if you've ever worked with date formatting before in programming, you'll know that these component specifiers are case sensitive, right? So capital M's are months, little m's are minutes. So as we're doing the reformat, we have to make sure that we get the format right. And the format has to be exact, right? So if you've got dates that look like this, it has to be this. If you put a space in there and you feed it something that doesn't have a space there, it's going to produce a map error because your data failed this mask. So masks have to be exact, right? So our second step for this function, I'm going to add another step that is a date function called date format. And with date format, you have to describe what your dates look like coming in using an input mask and what you want them to look like going out using an output mask. And masks can come from, we got a drop down here of some common formats, or you can enter your own. But again, whatever mask you use, it has to be exact, right? So what we have is year, month, day, HHMM, which isn't any of these in the drop-down box. So we won't be able to use any of these common formats. We're going to have to enter our own because it has to be exact. So let's enter an input mask of Y dash capital M dash little d, capital H, little m. Right? That's what they look like after the concatenation step. Now, what do you want them to look like going out? Again, you can choose a common format or enter your own. If you look at the common formats, this third one from the bottom, that is isolocal date time. Year dash month dash day, literal capital T, hours, minutes, seconds. So for the output mask, I can just choose this from the drop-down box. So it'll look like this coming in, it'll look like that going out. And that's it for the format step. Click OK. So now the result of the concatenation, I will use that for the date string going into the date format step. The result of the date format step, I will output as date time. So what comes in is a separate date and time. They get concatenated, they get reformatted. So what goes out is the combined date and time in isolocal date time format. That's what this function is going to do. Anybody want to see part of this function again before we save and close it? All right, then let's save and close it. And this dialog will stay up as if you want to create more functions, which we don't. So if you click OK, it adds your function to the map and closes the dialog. If you click cancel, it closes the dialog, but doesn't add your map function to the map, which is damned annoying. It still creates your map function. It just doesn't automatically add it into the map. So I want you to click OK so that it adds it into the map. If you were to mistakenly click cancel, and you'll say, oh no, my map's gone. It's not gone. It just doesn't get added automatically. And if you look in your map functions, you'll see it's there. It just didn't automatically add it, which is just darned annoying. So you can always just drag it in. But if you click OK, it just adds it in. So I don't understand why it behaves like that. I just accept that it behaves like that. All right. So now that we have our function in the map, let's use it. So I'm going to use my source date as the date part of the function. I'm going to use my source time as the time part, and then resulting date time, I will use that to feed my stage punch DTM. So now what's in my stage records is exactly what the API needs. The person number and the date and the time of the punch in ISO local date time format. So the goal of the staging records is to have fully transformed API ready data. So mission accomplished. That's what we've done here. So that's it for source to stage. We can save and close this map. So now after the map, our staging records are in the flow, and those staging records get returned for more processing. So that's it for IAC source mapping. Anybody want to see part of this again before we save and close it? All right, then let's save and close it, which will take us back to the import data process. Now that we're back here, I'm just going to click save. So I'm saving what I have open periodically. And now those stage records go down into core processing. So let's go down into core processing. And in core processing, there are two things happening here. We have an opportunity to do any additional processing you may want to do with the cached data you built earlier, which we didn't build any cached data, or if there's any additional processing you want to do to your staging records. And there's no additional processing I want to do to my staging records. So I don't need this subprocess. But just to give you an example, the accrual balance reset actually did use this type of processing in it, where it checked to see if there's any employees in my staging records that don't actually exist in the system. And if they don't, we disqualified those records from being processed further. We don't need to do anything like that. So we have no need for this caches or processing from stage. So let's remove that. We do need the API and functionality because that's where the API is going to get called. But since there's only one branch of logic left, I don't need this branch shape either. So I'll remove the branch shape. Right. And then reconnect the flow so that I have good flow. Right. So now let's go down into API and functionality. And again, this is where the API is going to get called. But the first thing I want to point out to you is that it's a placeholder of a name. All right, you've got the square brackets there. This should be renamed to something more appropriate. And normally the process that's going to call an API, we would name it after the name of that API. But we don't know, the makers of the framework, we don't know what API you're going to be using this for. And if you remember, when I was in Developer Hub, the name of the API was bulk import punches. So what does this subprocess do? It's going to call bulk import punches. So I want to rename this subprocess. And it is a subprocess, so I'm going to keep the underscore. But I'm going to rename this to be underscore bulk import punches, because that's the name of the API that it uses. Right? And you'll see this in all of our templates too. Like if you look at the accrual balance reset, the API subprocess was actually named underscore accrual balance reset because that's the name of the API that it calls. So what does this subprocess do? It calls the bulk import punches. Right? So give it a better name. Now, again, our staging records are in the flow. Right? So it's coming through this pass-through. And I know that I'm going to be using a multi-API, so I need to batch the records. And this data process shape, the default batch size is 100, which is our recommended practice. And the service limit for the Punch API is 500. So this will safely stay away from the service limit, which you should be doing. But it's also way better than doing one at a time. So that's why 100 is our recommended practice. So we don't have to touch this first shape. And we also have the flow control of 10 documents at a time, which is also our recommended practice. So we don't have to touch that. But we have two flow control shapes because there's an option called parallel processing. What is parallel processing? So some of you may know what it is, some of you may not know what it is. So let me see if I can explain it in 5 minutes or less. Parallel processing is an option on an Atom server that allows us to take advantage of the fact that an Atom server is really just a Java application server, and I can split a process across multiple JVMs to take advantage of the multiple CPUs in the server, and run my process across basically multiple CPUs to get me better throughput time, faster, more efficient processing. Now, that sounds wonderful. However, it is incredibly expensive to have to support, because now you've got one process that's chewing up multiple CPUs and could be causing performance issues with other integrations who are trying to run on this. And please remember that our cloud architecture is one of shared services. So our Atom Cloud isn't just being used by one customer, right? There are many customers with their own tenants who are trying to consume, Atom services to run their integrations. These are common services. So it's not like every customer has their own Atom server, right? These are shared services. And we can't have one customer causing a negative performance impact on other customers. So we have to protect ourselves against that. And up until about 1.5 years ago, Boomi didn't have the server settings on the Atoms that would allow us to protect ourselves against that bad performance. So up until about 1.5 years ago, we did not support parallel processing. It was disabled at the tenant level. You couldn't use it even if you wanted to, because we didn't have the safeguards in place. And then about 1.5 years ago, Boomi created new system settings on the Atom servers where we could set up what we call guardrails to protect ourselves against people running away with the system. So now we are willing to support parallel processing. However, we still don't want to unless we have to. So the default is don't use parallel processing unless you have to. So when do you have to is the obvious question. Well, first of all, it depends on how big your customer is. And when I say big, the answer to that question is 10,000 employees in your database. If you've got more than 10,000 employees in your database, you're a big customer. And you might need parallel processing. If you have fewer than 10,000 employees in your database, you will never need parallel processing. It's just nothing you could do that would cause us to have bad performance. You're just too small of a customer. So for customers that are 10,000 employees or fewer, the cloud team will keep parallel processing disabled at the tenant level. So you couldn't even turn it on in your programming if you wanted it to, because it's disabled at the tenant level. But if you are more than 10,000 employees in your database, then the cloud team will have parallel processing enabled at the tenant level by default. But just because it's enabled at the tenant level doesn't mean you always want to use it. Maybe you want to use it for some integrations, but not all integrations. So for those customers where we have it enabled at the tenant level, we have the ability to enable it or disable it at the integration level. So I don't want to use it for my punch import, but I do want to use it for my employee import. I don't want to use it for my pay code edit import, but I do want to use it for my payroll export. Right? So your big integrations, you might want to use it, but for your smaller integrations, you just don't need it, right? So punches, accrual resets, pay code edits, schedule edits, these are all itty bitty little tiny transactions, right? You're not going to cause bad performance with those tiny little transactions. But importing employees, that's big. Payroll export, that's big. Those are your two biggest integrations. Aside from anything you might have to do for a migration, those are your two biggest integrations that you would be running on a regular basis. So for my large customers, then yes, I would like to use parallel processing on the employee import and the payroll export, but I don't want to use it on all the others. So we have the ability to enable it and disable it at the integration level. So let me give you an example. Our employee import, the way we have it written, can process about 10,000 employees per hour across a single JVM. 10,000 employees per hour. So that's why I say if you've got fewer than 10,000 employees, you really don't need this, because you're never going to be importing 100% of your employees, besides maybe a migration. But you're never going to be looking at a runtime of more than an hour for an employee import. You just don't need this. But if you are a company like Home Depot, where we are approaching 1 million employees in the database, now all of a sudden 10,000 employees per hour isn't all that sexy. We need to do better. So for those companies, we can turn on parallel processing for the employee import, and they will use a different flow control that splits this process across 4 JVMs and feeds 8 documents to each JVM. So instead of doing 10 documents per pass, it's doing 32 documents per pass. Instead of importing 10,000 employees per hour, it's importing 32,000 employees per hour. And that's a much bigger performance gain for what Home Depot needs, right? So that's why there's 2 flow controls. If you're working with a large customer where parallel processing is enabled at their tenant, we have the ability to turn it on and off at the integration level. So for this integration, I want to use it. For this other integration, I don't want to use it. And if you don't want to use it, the recommended practice for the flow control is 10 documents per pass. If you are using parallel processing, our recommended configuration is to use 4 JVMs, 8 documents each. So ideally, you don't have to touch either of these flow control shapes. They're already configured with our recommended practice, right? You just have to decide whether or not you want to use one or the other. And now I've explained how to make that decision, whether you want to use one or the other. My training tenants only have 500 employees. So parallel processing is disabled at my tenant level. I can't even turn it on to show you because it's not an option for my tenants. Just like it would be for a smaller customer. It's just not an option. I can't show you what it looks like. So enable parallel processing, this process property, it's a control process property, defaults to false. So we're going to leave it at false, which means it's going to use this flow control of 10 documents per pass. And these settings, by the way, the group by 100 and the flow control of 10 or the flow control of 4 times 8, these come from performance testing that we've done in-house with engineering, who is examining the server logs and seeing what the CPU utilization is and what the memory utilization is. There's a very scientific process to where these recommended defaults came from. And unless you are doing some type of performance analysis yourself, you won't know what to change these to. So don't, right? These are our recommended defaults for a reason. Just use them, right? Now, there is a note here from one of our architects, and the little yellow square is a note if you hover over it. And he made a little note here saying that this subprocess was initially set up for a multi-API, something that's capable of returning a 207 partial success. If you're not using a multi-API, then you're not going to be grouping your records. You're going to be doing one transaction at a time. So he's saying that if you're not using a multi-API, you can remove that group by. And if you're not grouping your records, you're going to have smaller records. It's not going to be 100 documents per record. It's going to be one transaction per document. You're going to have smaller documents. So since you have smaller documents, you can increase the flow control because you can do more smaller documents per pass, right? And also, if you're not using a multi-API, you're not going to have a 207 route after the HTTP connector. You can remove that. All right. But we are using a multi-API for the punch import. It's bulk import punches. So we're going to leave the group by the way it is. We're going to leave the flow control the way it is. All right. So far, we haven't touched anything. So that's going to bring us to our stage to request map. And this is the map that's going to build our output, our JSON request document. And there's not going to be need for any data transformations in here because our staging records have fully transformed API-ready data. But we do need to build our JSON request document. So let's go into the stage to request map. We have our stage records on the source side. On the destination side, here is that sample API request body that came with the framework that I said we weren't going to use. Instead, we created our own request document specifically for the punch request JSON profile. So let's change the destination side of the map by choosing our JSON profile that we created in your personal punch import punch request, right? So change the destination profile to use your personal punch request profile that you created earlier. And then we can expand all on the destination side. And I don't get why we have to do that. Why can't I just click the plus sign to expand everything, but on the destination side, it's expand all and not just the plus sign? That's weird to me, but whatever. So this map creates the JSON request document. So, and you see here representational structure of that JSON request document. But not every object gets a value directly assigned to it. So we have to make sure that we are assigning the right elements, the right stage elements to the right JSON objects. And it helps if you can see a sample request document. Right? So here's a punch request, right? Punches is an object, right? Got the little curly bracket. Punches is an object, but it doesn't get a value directly assigned to it on the other side of the colon. It gets, other objects underneath it. Punch DTM is an object, and it does get a value directly assigned to it after the colon. Employee is an object, but it doesn't get a value directly assigned to it. It's the qualifier object underneath it that gets the value assigned to it. So we have to make sure that when we build these documents, that the objects are being assigned, the values are being assigned to the right objects, right? We don't want 20176 assigned to the employee object. We want it assigned to the qualifier object. If we assign it to the employee object, it's going to result in an invalid document, and it's going to get rejected by the API. So we need to make sure they're getting built correctly. So in our map, we need to make sure, like for person number doesn't go to employee, person number goes to qualifier underneath employee. It's qualifier that gets the value. And that's what this line means. You are assigning this object this value, right? And punch DTM is going to be used to assign to the punch DTM object. Right? So punch DTM gets the value directly assigned to it. Qualifier gets the value directly assigned to it. We have to make sure that we're assigning the right values to the right objects. And this will result in building the document correctly. And again, there's no need for any functions in the middle because the staging data is already fully transformed. This is just building that request document. All right. So we can save and close the stage to request. All right. So now our JSON request document is in the flow. And I know that when it gets posted to the HTTP connector down here, that our connector will automatically log a copy of the response document. But I would also like to log a copy of the request document. So now that we built the request, I'm going to use a logging connector to log a copy of it. So let's edit this connector, the logging connector, and you'll see in the display name of the connector that there's a placeholder for the operation name. And the operation name is the name of the API operation, which for us is bulk import punches. So let's change the display name, get rid of that placeholder. We'll keep the dash logs, but replace the placeholder with the name of the API, which is bulk import punches. All right. So this is the logging connector for bulk import punches. The connector is our Kronos Workforce Dimensions logging connector. The connection is the punch import logging connection that we actually renamed at the very beginning of this exercise. So that's already done. The action is execute. That's all you can do. Now, for the operation, we do need an operation. Sorry. We do need an operation, but there is not, we don't know, the makers of the framework don't know what you're going to be using this for. So there is no default operation that we can reuse. So instead, we're going to have to use this green plus sign to create an operation. And I'm going to want to name that operation the same as this, bulk import punches dash logs. So let's click on the green plus sign to create an operation that I don't want to call new Kronos Workforce Dimensions logging connector operation. I want to use a more descriptive name like bulk import punches dash logs. These operation names are going to show up in process reporting later on, and it makes the process reporting logs easier to read. So please use descriptive operation names. Clearly, when I see this in process reporting, I am logging the punch import, bulk import punches request document, because that's what I named it here. So I named the operation bulk import punches dash logs. To configure the operation, there's actually nothing to configure. The connector action will always be execute. That's all you can do. The tracking will always be on the input side, and there will never be any application error responses because it actually doesn't do anything in an application. It just dumps a copy of the document into the logs. So there's actually nothing to configure. All you have to do is just give it a descriptive name. And that's it. Save and close the operation. And that's all there is to configuring a logging connector. Just give it a descriptive display name and use that display name as the operation, and that's it. Click OK. And that's all there is to configure a logging connection. So this, now that we built the JSON request document, we log a copy of it. Right? And now a copy of the request document also goes down the second path. Which is where we're going to do the API call. But before we do the HTTP connector, there is a set post props, set property shape. And our HTTP connector is going to need 4 things set up for it. Our Kronos Workforce Dimensions HTTP connector is going to need a dimensions execution ID. That's going to come from a process property, which needs to have its name resolved. So I'll just double click that. Click OK. The connector is going to need the app key. That's going to come from a process property that needs to have its name resolved. The connector is going to need a cookie, and that's going to come from a process property holding the cookie. That I'll resolve that name. And our connector is going to need query parameters, which is going to come from a process property that I'll resolve that name. Now, we can also set a dynamic document property if we're using the transaction assistant. And yes, I will be using the transaction assistant. And if you remember, in the HTTP operation, there's a checkbox that I can just check to turn on the transaction assistant logic. But what I can't do over there is set the batch name. And I would like to set the batch name here. So for this dynamic document property for the batch name, let's assign a static value called punch import, because that's what I'm going to call the install later on. So when my users are running the punch import, any failed transactions in the transaction assistant will be tagged as coming from the punch import. So that's it for the set post props. And now that brings us to our HTTP connector. Right, so again, our JSON request document's in the flow. It comes into my HTTP connector. Again, we have a placeholder of an operation name for the display name, which again, the operation that we're using is bulk import punches. So I'm going to rename this connector to be bulk import punches. And I also like to add an HTTP at the end of this. I know not everybody on my team does that, but I'd like to, just so that you can see that this is the logging connector for bulk import punches. This is the HTTP connector for bulk import punches, right? The symbol is the same in Boomi for all connectors. So this display name is telling me this is the HTTP connector. This is the logging connector. I mean, I can also tell by looking at the names of the operations, but these display names show up in the process reporting logs. And like I said, good display names make the logs easier to read. And you'll see that when I take you in the process reporting later. The connector is our Kronos Workforce Dimensions HTTP connector. The connection is going to be our API gateway server, which we already renamed earlier. The action is execute. That's all you can do. And we're also going to need to create an operation for this. Again, the makers of the framework don't know what API it is you're going to call. So I will also name my operation the same name as here. So bulk import punches -HTTP. So let's create an operation. Oh, this stupid thing. Let me pause here and explain this this wizard that just popped up. I never use this wizard. I don't like this wizard. I think it's a complete waste of time. At least for us as developers, because we know what we want. We don't have to go browsing for what we want. And that's what this import wizard would do. It allows you to connect to an atom and browse the available APIs that are available to that atom. And then you can pick the API you want, and it will create the operation for you based on what it knows about that API. But to do that, you're going to have to point to a valid atom with a valid tenant. You have to know the tenant ID. You're going to have to copy and paste a good authorization cookie into here, which means you have to go out, set up an authorization cookie so that you can copy and paste it here. It's a pain in the butt just to set this up to get it to work. And that's why I don't like it. We already know what API it is we want to use, right? It's going to be a post to v1 timekeeping punches import. I already know that. I don't need to go browsing an atom to find this. So that's why I say it's like a big waste of time as far as we're concerned as developers. Maybe if there was some other developer that just, I don't know what the APIs are, well, then you shouldn't be developing. Right? So I don't like this wizard. I'm not going to use it. I'm not even going to show you how to use this wizard. Just cancel it. And since we canceled it, we're going to have to populate this operation ourselves. So we got this. We can do this. Do you want to return application error responses? Yes, you do. The resource path is going to be the API endpoint after the API gateway. And if you look in Postman, after the API gateway, which is your tenant URL /API, after that, it needs to be /v1 /timekeeping /punches /import. Or as I like to say, Control C, Control V, right? Or you can just type it in, right? /v1 /timekeeping /punches /import. The method is not going to be get. The method is going to be post, right? Again, just like it was in Postman, the method is post. The content type header is application /JSON, right? Just like it was in our request here, content type header is being set to application /JSON. And do you want to enable the transaction assistant logic? Yes, you do. Okay. So now I've got this set up exactly the same way it was set up in Postman, right? It's doing a post to v1 timekeeping punches import, and the content type is application /JSON. So that's all there is to configuring an operation. You don't need to go through some big convoluted wizard that's going to walk you through. It's a pain in the butt to set up, just to discover that, oh, it's already populated v1 timekeeping punches import for me and set it to post. I already know that, right? So, yeah. So now we've got the operations. Oh, I didn't rename my operation. That's odd. I thought I renamed my operation. Oh, no, I didn't, because it kicked up with that stupid wizard. So I want to rename this operation just like I named the connector, which was bulk import punches -HTTP. And again, these operation names show up in process reporting logs earlier. Can you walk me through the operation part again? Sure. So this is an HTTP operation, which needs to work exactly like how we did it in Postman earlier. It needs to be a post to v1 timekeeping punches import with a header of content type application /JSON. So this operation, I just turned on the fact that, yes, I want to return application error responses. The resource path is the API endpoint after the API gateway. The method is post, just like it was in Postman, and the content type is populated. And yes, I want to enable the transaction system logic. How do I navigate to the operation? Well, let's save and close what we did. But in the connector for the HTTP connector, we had to click on the little green plus sign to create a new operation. That there was a wizard that popped up that we canceled. And then we named it bulk import punches -HTTP. We turned on application error responses. We set the resource path, the method, the content type, and turned on the transaction assistant logic. Is that what you asked?
Rick, okay, so I'm a little lost. Can you go back to that previous process, please? The one where you navigated to. Okay, this is the connector shape. Okay, it's the gateway server. Okay, got it. I was just looking for that because I was navigating to the logs section for some reason. Okay, thank you. I got it.
Okay. All right. All right.
Can I take a look at the operation once again, please?
Sure. It's called bulk import punches -HTTP, return application error responses. The resource path is /v1/timekeeping/punches/import. The method is post. Content type is application/JSON, and yes, enable the transaction assistant.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yep. All right. Now, what comes out of this connector is going to be two things. It's going to be a JSON response document as well as an application status code. And the connector will log a copy of the response document. But the document that's in the flow is the response document. So we're routing based on the application status code. Is it a 200, 207, 400, or something else? If it's a 200, that means that the document that's in the flow is a 200 response document. And as a reminder, a 200 response document looks like this. I've got this punches array where there's going to be a punch for rest object for every punch that was successful. Now, working with this document, we're going to have to count something that occurs in this document once per successful transaction. And if I simply count every punch for rest object in this document, that will give me the right count. But this is the document that's in the flow. So that's going to go into this data process shape called split count successes, where we need to split out something out of this document so that we can feed it to our counting script. So what do we want to split out? Well, first of all, you're going to need a profile that describes what 200 punch response documents look like. And we created that profile. So for the profile of this split step, if you click choose for the profile, you can go down to your personal folder and choose your punch response 200. Right? This is the profile that describes what 200 response documents look like for the punch API. Right? And again, it looks like this, right? I've got this punches array, and underneath the punches array is going to be this punch for rest object. That's what I want to split out and count every occurrence of. So I want to split out the punch for rest, which is underneath the punches array. So for the split element, I'm going to choose underneath punches. I'm going to keep drilling down until I see that punch for rest object. And that's what I want to choose. So let's choose the punch for rest. So split out every punch for rest and feed them to the counting script. And that will give us a count of how many successes are in this document. So there's no real right or wrong answer to this. This is pretty low-tech stuff. I just need to pick something that occurs once per success. Employee is something that occurs once per success. So if I just count every employee object, it'll give me the same count. And that's all I want. I just want something that occurs once per success. So I just grab the highest level thing. So that's all this split count is doing. Give us something to count and we'll count it. And then that count gets cached. And again, you don't have to edit our caching shapes. All you have to do is give us something to count. Now, if you get a 207, 207 is partial success. That means you have a combination of successes and errors in this 207 response document. So we need to split out and count the errors and successes separately. So if we look at the split count for successes on the 207 route, it's the same thing, right? I need a split profile that describes 207 successes, and we created that. So for the profile, let's choose from our personal folder. Let's choose our punch response 207 success. And as a reminder, right, it looks like this, where this details result array is going to have a success object for every single punch that worked. And that's what I want to split out and count. Every success object in this details results array. But I'm going to have to drill down to find it. It's going to be under details. It's going to be under results. And then I'll find success. But that's the object I want to choose. So for the split element, I'm going to drill down under details, under results, and keep drilling down until you find success, and then choose success. So split out every success from the details results array and count them. For the split count of errors, again, I need a profile that describes 207 errors. We created that. So for the profile, let's choose our personal punch import punch response 207 error. Choose your punch response 207 error. And as a reminder, they look like this, where I have this details results array with errors in it. And that's what I want to count. I want to count how many times the error object occurs within this details results array. But again, I'm going to have to drill down to find it. It's going to be under details, under results, and then I'll be able to choose error. So for the split element, it's under details, under results. I'll keep drilling down until I see error, and then I'll choose error. So split out every error and count them. For the 400 split count, a 400 response document looks just like a 207 response document. It's just that they're all errors. There's no successes. And because it looks just like a 207 response document, for the 400 split count, I can actually reuse my punch response 207 error profile, which again, it's going to look exactly the same. So my split element is going to be details results error. So the split element is under details, under results, and then error. And this will split out and count every error in the 400 response document. But what if it's not a 200, 207, or 400? What if it's something else? Well, if it's something else, it's going to be bad. And I'm going to want to throw an exception, which will get caught up at the main process and fail the integration gracefully. But before I throw the exception, let's make sure we're building an intelligent error message. All right. that says unsuccessful response code received from, and in the static text is a placeholder for your operation name that, you know, the makers of the framework don't know what operation name you're using, which in our case is bulk import punches. So let's edit this static value and replace that placeholder of operation name with bulk import punches. So now it says unsuccessful response code received from bulk import punches, space, and then whatever the application status code was, like 503, whatever. Which is a really bad example. You should never see a 503. That would mean our servers are down, and you should never see that. All right. Yeah, so that's the error message, right? Unsuccessful response code received from bulk import punches, and then the application status code, and then throw the exception. Now, again, all these shapes were already here for me in the sub process. I just needed to tailor them to be specifically for the punch import API, right? So we had to build a punch bulk import punches JSON request document. We logged the JSON request document. We posted to the API. And then in the response documents that came out, we split out and counted all these successes and errors. Anybody want to see part of this sub-process again before we save and close it? All right, then let's.
We'll do the first one near the branch equal to 200. Can you please open that one?
The 200? Which one?
200. Yeah, that one. I missed that. 1 second.
All right. So we used our profile for punch response 200, and we drilled down to find punch for rest.
Sure. Thanks.
Yep. All right. So that's it for bulk import punches. We can save and close this, which is going to bring us back to core processing. Now that we're back at core processing, you can see the display name for that subprocess is still set to API and functionality. Even though I renamed the subprocess, this display name is still set to that placeholder. You should change the display name to match the name of the subprocess, which is underscore bulk import punches, so that they match. And those display names show up in the process logs, and they make the logs easier to read. So good descriptive display names, good descriptive operation names as well. Makes the logs easier to read. So that's the end of core processing. So we can save and close this.
Sorry, 1 more minute. Why did you go to core? Okay, after saving this. Okay. For processing in the bulk import, did you update anything?
Yeah, all I did was change the display name to match.
Okay, bulk import. Okay, sure.
Yep. All right, so that's the end of core processing. We can save and close that, which will take us back to our import data process. That's the end of the import data process. So we can save and close this, which will bring us back to our main process. So we went all the way down through the import data process. And it was the import data process where all the real work happened. We read the source file, we did our data transformations, and we posted all those transactions to the API. So at this point, we're done, right? We've imported all of our punches, whether they worked or not, we're done. So the only thing that's left to do is to wrap up the integration. So the next sub-process is going to finalize all those run summary counts that we've been caching along the way. It's going to create the final totals for the total number of source records, the total number of successes, total number of errors, and total number of disqualifies. It's going to summarize all those totals. And you don't ever have to edit this sub-process. We know how to add up all those totals, so you never have to edit this sub-process. The submit integration details is going to build the additional details report, so that if you had any disqualified records, if you had disqualified anything earlier, they would show up on the report. And we know how to build that report. So you never have to edit this submit integration details. And then finally, do the callback that sets the status to completed. And again, our callback, we know how to do the callback. You never have to edit the callback sub-process. Now, if I had thrown an exception, it would have been caught by this try catch and go down the catch path. But if you look at what's on the catch path, there's that run summary counts, which I told you you never have to edit. There's submit integration details, which I told you you never have to edit. And there's a callback, which I said you never have to edit. So really, once you're done the import data process, everything underneath that, you never have to edit, right? So that means we have successfully turned this generic import framework into what we hope will be a functioning punch import template, right? So there's one more thing we need to do. And let's just save the main process, because we haven't saved the main process for a while, just to make sure there's no saves pending. There is one more thing we need to do to the main process. And I need to tell it what I want extended. So in the main process, if you click on extensions, the connection setting for the API gateway server URL is already checked. And yes, I would like to set that in extensions. So this is already checked for us. The other connection setting I care about is UKG internal, which it didn't even know about until I configured one of its sub-processes. But now that it knows about it, I need to tell it, I want you to grab the host, port, user, and password from extensions, because that's where we set it up yesterday. And the other thing I care about is I will be prompting the user at runtime to give me the name of the source file. And in order to create that parameter, it has to be an extended process property. So if you look at your process properties, that file name is in the punch import SFTP process properties, but you'll see that file name is already checked, right? So file name will be an extended process property, so therefore I will be able to use it as an extension, as a parameter. So really the only thing we had to change in extensions was to tell the UKG internal SFTP connection to grab the host, port, user, and password from extensions. So I'll click OK to close the extensions settings, and those extension settings are part of the main process. So let's resave the main process. And when we come back from break, we will deploy it, set up our extensions, install it, run it, troubleshoot, what I'm sure will be a bunch of errors. And that will give us an opportunity to get into process reporting as well. So let's make sure you save what you have open, and we'll take a 15-minute break. Oh, can you show me the extensions part again? All right, sure. In the main process, click on extensions. The only settings we had to change was a connection called UKG internal. We just had to turn on host port user and password. That was the only thing we changed. Awesome. And then save. All right. So we're going to take 15 for our break. Let's make sure we're all back at the same time, because we're going to be jumping right into finishing this. So I'll see you in 15. All right. We're all back from break. Give me a thumbs up. I'm hoping everybody is. Arun, are you with me? All right. So we have finished. Central Raj, you got a question? Or are you just doing thumbs up? You're just doing thumbs up. All right. So we have finished the programming components of turning a generic import framework into what we hope will be a functioning punch import. So now we have to deploy it to our training tenants. And again, we're going to use the wizard for doing this. So from the main process, and again, you only deploy main processes. So from the main process, we're going to create package. We'll click next. There's no package out there right now, so this is going to be version 1 of our punch import. We'll click on create the package component. And we will deploy the package to our tenant's environment. And again, use the same tenant you used yesterday. Next. Click next and deploy. And again, you're either going to get deployment successful, or you're going to get that row was updated by another transaction if we bumped into each other. If you got that row was updated by another transaction, just redeploy. But this time, since there's a version 1 out there called the new one, version 2, then just deploy it to your same tenant. But at some point, you will get deployment successful. So if you got deployment successful, give me a thumbs up. Anybody need me to show you that again? All right. Then we're done with the deployment wizard, so you can close that. But now, since we've deployed this into our environment, it's there for the first time, which means anything you've extended is blank. So now that we've deployed it, we have to go to Manage, Atom Management. Go to your environment and click on Environment Extensions. So as you start deploying more and more processes to this tenant's environment, these drop-down boxes are going to start getting longer and longer. Right now, it's not a big deal because we only have 2 processes deployed. But at some point, you're going to have 10 processes deployed, 15 or 20 or more processes deployed. And these drop-down boxes are going to start getting really long, and it'll be easy to overlook something. So what Boomi does is Boomi gives you a process filter that you can use this magnifying glass in the process filter to say that I want to focus just on my punch import process. And that will filter all these drop-down boxes to just show you components that are related to your whatever you're filtering on. So that will give us much shorter drop-down boxes. Again, it's not a big deal because we only have 2 processes, but at some point you'll have a lot and you're going to love that process filter. So now it's less likely that I'm going to overlook something. So we need to set the punch import API gateway server, which again is going to be your tenant URL/API. So https://ic-train-20 something or 30 something .cfn dot my chronos.com/API, right? It's not an API gateway without that /API, but now you know why, because it's going to concatenate the operation to that. And if that API is missing, it's going to be an invalid URL. If you get nothing else out of this class, you'll know that API gateways need to end with /API. Our UKG internal is still set up from yesterday, so there's no need to check that. And the process property for the file name, I will prompt the user for at runtime using a parameter. So as it turns out, this is the only extension we need, is the API gateway. So that's it for extensions. Click OK. And now the Boomi side is done. So now we can install it into WFM, which no doubt has timed out. So let's log back in to UKG Pro Workforce Management. And let's make our way back over to Administration Application Setup. And let's go to Install Integrations. We still have our accrual reset from yesterday. So let's create a new install that I want the users to see it as punch space import. And I want to execute the integration using the system account. And my integration template for my punch import isn't showing up. And I mentioned yesterday that this is not unusual, that this setup page doesn't pre-scan the environment to discover any newly deployed processes. So if your newly deployed process doesn't show up, don't panic. There's a little refresh button over on the right. Click refresh, then it should show up. If it doesn't show up after clicking refresh, then you've deployed it to the wrong environment. but mine does show up. So I'll select punch import and then click on the assign button. So it gets the little blue check mark next to it. And then after you assign it, you then have the ability to create an integration parameter. And I want a parameter to prompt the user for the source file name. So let's create an integration parameter called source file name that will map to the template parameter file name. Parameter type is text. If you want to put in a default value so that that text box is automatically populated by default, the file that we're going to be processing is test punches.csv with a capital T, capital P .csv, test punches.csv. And yes, I want it user prompted. So that's my parameter. Save that. And that's my install. So my user's going to see punch import. We kick off the punch import behind the scenes, and the user will get prompted for the source file name. Save the install. And normally I would have to add this to the GDAPs of whatever users would be responsible for running it. But since we're using Sean Ivan, who is all access, Sean Ivan can go right to his home tab and go to maintenance integrations. And Sean is going to run an integration. He'll select the punch import. Test punches.csv is already populated. So he's just going to say run integration. And once you see success, integration is running, you can close the launch wizard and click refresh until the tile moves down to completed. And if you did everything like me, your tile should have a green check mark in it, because the test file that I'm using has 8 good transactions in it that I expect them to work right. Now, if I click on this completed tile, I can see the run summary. 8 records came in from the source, 8 imported successfully, 0 failed, 0 disqualified. But again, just because you see the green happy check mark doesn't mean they went in as you intended. So you should always spot check your transactions. So for my source file, and if you got errors, I'll get to it in just a minute. So one of my source victims is person number 40075. So if I go to their time card 40075, which evidently is Kayla Brooks. If I go to her time card for the 19th, she has a 9:33 a.m. punch and a 5:26 p.m. punch that came in as expected. And in case you're curious, if you look at the audits tab for the time card, these two add punches, they look like they came in from a user called iHub user 1. And anytime you have an integration that is set to run in the system account, this is the system account. It's not a user that you can log in as, but anytime you see in an audit trail that a transaction came from iHub user 1, it came from an integration that was running in the system account. So just so you know, if you see this in an audit trail, it's the integration running in the system account. All right, so that's what it looks like to the end user. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That's what it looks like to the end user. again, for us, we in Boomi Designer, we have access to process reporting. And in process reporting, I can see that there are a couple that weren't so successful. And I can also see that Prashant is telling me in chat that only one record imported. Prashant, what atom is yours? 375. So, thank you. So if I want to see how Prashant's integration ran, I can take a look at his process report by clicking on the date and the time of the process report. And on the first page of a process report, you're going to see connector tiles, right? This is every connector that executed during his integration run. And you'll be able to see how many documents pass through the connector. So the very first connector is the start shape, right? And one document passed through that start shape. If I click on that number 1, I can use this gear icon to view that document. Right? And this is the XML that came in from the start of the integration run. And I can see that he correctly provided testpunches.csv for the file name parameter. So that looks good. So I can close this document, use this little back arrow to go back to the tiles. The next connector that executed was an SFTP connector. One document passed through that connector. If I click on that number 1, it was testpunches.csv. It came in from the inbound folder. I can use the gear icon to view that document. And I can see that this is the right document that came in off the SFTP server, right? So this is good data, right? So for February 19th, my 9:33 a.m. punches and 5:26 p.m. punches. So far, so good. This is the right document. The next connector was a logging connector. And if you remember, we used the logging connector to log a copy of the JSON request document. And one document passed through that. And this will be his JSON request document. And I can use the gear icon to view that document. So here is the JSON request document that he built. And I can see that the date and time is correctly formatted, and those values are being assigned to the right objects. So these are good-looking transactions. So I have to say that he built a good JSON request document. Let me go back to the connector list. The next connector is the HTTP connector, but there's 2 HTTP connectors. But the operation names tell me that this is the one for bulk import punches. This is the one for callback. So remember, these good operation names make it clear to me that this is the one for bulk import punches. But I want to see, this will log the response document. And he got a 200 response code. Hang on, let me just expand this. Right, this document resulted in a 200 application status code. And if you look at the URL that was called, this first part of the URL is an actual API gateway server behind the scenes that got substituted at runtime. But then after that, you can see /API/v1/timekeeping/punches/import. Looks perfect. But this is the response document. So I can use the gear icon to view that response document. And since it's a 200 response document, they're all going to be punched for rest, which is telling me This punch went in successfully. 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 They all went in successfully. So, what the heck? It worked. So why is it showing you that only one record imported? Right. So this is what he sees on the punch import. 8 source records came in, 1 imported successfully. So I'm wondering if your the programming that builds that count isn't counting correctly. So let me go over to your build. And this is Prashant. For the punch import. And it was the bulk import punches because we know the response document that came out was a good looking response document. It was a 200 response document. But for whatever reason, the count of successes was off. So let me take a look at the way you counted. So you're splitting. That's why. Your split element was the array, and there was only one array. So you got the right count. So the split element should have been the punch for rest object. And there are 8 punch for rest objects in that array. So now what you want to count is punch for rest. So that's where the count was wrong. So I'll save and close this. But now you're going to have to redeploy a new version of the punch import main process. You won't have to reinstall. You'll just redeploy version 2. And if you rerun it, you're going to get a 400 because all those punches went in successfully. So all these will be duplicate punches. So if you want to see what a 400 looks like, go for it. But that was your problem.
Let me redeploy and I will. Thank you.
Yep, you're most welcome. And now Barani is Barani, what atom are you?
373.
373. Okay. All right. So this is an integration that failed. All right. Red dot instead of green dot. This is an integration that failed. And the thing that caused the failure will be in bright pink across the top of it. And if you look at the error message, unsuccessful response code received from bulk import punches 405, right? You should recognize that. That's the message that we built. If the application status code wasn't 200, 207, 400, it was something else. And it was something else. It was 405. So this was your API call for the bulk import punches. So if we go to your HTTP connector for bulk import punches and take a look at that, I can see that, yeah, you got a 405. And if I look at the URL that you built, it's /API/v1/timekeeping/punches/import, which is perfect, right? So your operation is correct. Your API gateway is correct, but you're getting a 405, which it doesn't like the operation. So this doesn't give me enough information to see exactly why. So another thing I can do, if I didn't get what I need from these connector tiles, is from the actions menu, I can view the full process logs.
Mhm.
And the process logs are the shape by shape logging of every shape that executed during your execution. And there are a lot of lines in this. There's over 100. It doesn't tell me exactly how many, but you can only see 25 at a time. In fact, you can't see all 25 because this window is not sizable, which drives me nuts. So you got this scroll bar. And even if you make one column wider, it just gives you another scroll bar because this window is not sizable. So as you can probably imagine, I don't like this little window. Instead, what I like to do is to save the logs, which will download the log file through my browser. But now I can open it up locally in Notepad and go full screen. And now I can take a look at your log file. And again, I know something went wrong down at your HTTP connector, but this is a shape by shape logging, right? So it starts with the start shape, which is configured with a punch import listener. Then it came across a set property shape that was labeled set Boomi exec ID. And remember I said those display names make the logs easier to read, right? So this is the display name for the shape. Then it came across a try catch. Now it's going down into save initialized properties, where it's doing initialize default try catch error message. It's setting authentication properties. It's doing the override props map. It did a notify shape with the notify message was file name equals, and then this is the right file name. It's doing initialize run summary counts, coming back up. Now it's going back down into the import data process. It's doing the SFTP, setting SFTP properties. It's doing the retrieve source data subprocess. And in there was a try catch, a delete file after processing decision. It did the SFTP connector using UKG internal with a download file operation, not a download file and delete operation, so I know which one it used. It's setting the file found property. It's returning the documents for more processing. It checked to make sure the file was found, and it was, so it's out of here. Now it's going down into IAC source mapping, where it is splitting and counting the source records, setting the data present flag, creating the count document. It's doing the source to stage map. Oh, and I meant to point out that when it returned the document from SFTP, adding one document to return. So one document was returned from that subprocess. And in the source to stage map, right, there was one document that it was working with, right? And now it's returning, after it builds the stage documents, it's returning one document. So there's one stage document in the flow. Now that's going down into core processing, which is going, and that's going down into bulk import punches. We're getting down to where your API is now. It's doing the group by 100. It's evaluating parallel processing. It's doing the flow control. It's building your stage to request document. And again, we still got one document in the flow, so we're going along with our document. It's doing the logging connector, bulk import punches dash logs. Right. It's setting the post properties. Now it's doing the bulk import punches, and it's on this bulk import punches where things have gone wrong. I get a severe error. Right. And if I scroll to the right, I can see 405 method not allowed. And the URL that you were calling, we already looked at it. It looks right, but it's doing a get. It should be a post, right? So your method on your API gateway, your method on your HTTP operation for the bulk import punches operation should be doing a post, not a get. Right? So that's where things went wrong. I have too much stuff open. I can't stand that. All right, so I didn't get what I needed by evaluating the documents that flowed through connectors. I had to look at the full process logs. So in your, and that was Barani. I go to your build. Your HTTP operation that you built for bulk import punches -HTTP is doing a get where it should be a post. So that's fixed. So now you can redeploy your main process. It'll be version 2 and just rerun it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you.
Yep. And there was another one. Let me go back to process reporting. Oh, there's a few more. So that was 373. 367, you had an error earlier. You got it again.
Yeah.
So if I look at 367, unsuccessful response code received from bulk import punches 500. Right. So again, it's on the API call and you're getting a 500. So if I go to your HTTP connector and look at that connector's document, sure enough, it got a 500. And if I look at it at the API call, V1 timekeeping punches import is perfect. So I'm not seeing why. If I view the document, it's going to be empty. Oh, some internal server error occurred. Please contact system administrator. Well, that's you. So go contact yourself. So I'm not seeing what I need to see out of this. So what I always like to do before I go digging through logs is take a look at the request document. Did the request document at least look right? So if I look at the logging connector and view that document, no, I see the problem. So the request document you built has the employee qualifier, but it's missing the punch date and time, which is a required field. Why it just didn't say it was a required field was missing, I don't know. But that's obvious to me that we have a problem with the way you built your request document. So let's find out why. Right? So 367 is Shailesh. So if I go to the build, if I'm not pronouncing your name right, my apologies. So double underscore, that's creative. We know it's the import data process that does all the real processing, right? Retrieves the source data, builds your staging documents, and calls the API. So we already looked, well, I know that your request document came in successfully because the person numbers were in there. But I don't know if you were building your stage documents correctly. So if I look in your IAC source mapping and look at your source to stage, you got your date and time coming into this function. If I edit the function, I see the problem. So the date and the time is coming in, but nothing's going out. So these are not connected. So the result of the string concatenation is going to be the date string going into the date format. The result of the date format is what you're going to output as date time. So they were coming in, but nothing was coming out. So that field wasn't getting populated. And this looks good. So save and close the function. And you can redeploy your main process and try it again.
Thanks, Eric.
Yep. Let me go back to process reporting. 368, you fixed your problem. Awesome. 375 is still an issue. All right, so 375 is I'm sorry, 400 bad request. The server cannot process the request because the syntax is not valid or malformed. From the payload, because the security filter may reject these characters. Jeez. But it doesn't tell me which API call resulted in the bad request. I'm going to guess that it was the HTTP connector for the bulk import punches, because it doesn't even show up. The logging connector shows up, but the one for the bulk import punches doesn't show up. I don't know why, and this isn't giving me enough information. So again, I'm going to take a look at the process logs. Open them up in my local computer. And you can just kind of follow the flow, right? Import data process, retrieve source data. It's going down into IAC source mapping. Going down into bulk import punches. Now we're getting closer to the API call, and I can see that there is a severe error on bulk import punches -HTTP. And you got a bad request. It just says bad request, right? The syntax is not valid or malformed. Oh, I didn't check. I should have looked at your request document. Did you build a good looking request document? Because posting it, as you should be, it sure don't like it. So let me go back to the tile list and take a look at your logging connector and see what your request document looks like. Because it's posting it, it just don't like it. I don't know why. So punch DTM 2024-02-19 T 0933. Yep. Void qualifier. Yeah, this is a good looking request document. So what the hell didn't it look? So I can't tell by the process logs. I can't tell because this looks like a good request document. Yeah. At ++, because it shows me all the corresponding brackets. Yes. All right, yeah, this is a good looking document. All the commas are in the right places. Every opening bracket has a closing bracket. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Okay. So, it's 375. So let me take a look at the programming, and this is Prashant. I'm an old support person. I love troubleshooting. So I'm going to go right to the import data process because that's where all the real work happened. All right. So I know the source data came in successfully. The IAC source mapping must have worked fine because those staging, the request document you built from the staging looked good. So this is perfect. 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 Right. So I had a feeling that would be perfect because the JSON request document you built sure as heck looked good. And values are being assigned to the right objects. So that looks good. Your HTTP connector. V1 timekeeping punches import. Oh, all the shapes after this are going to be processing your application error responses. And that may be why I wasn't seeing the full error as what was going on, because you never returned the full error. So I'm not saying this fixes the problem. I'm just saying this may be why I couldn't see what the problem was. So let me turn that on. V1, timekeeping, punches, import. No extra spaces. It's a post. Okay. So let's just fix that. It shouldn't matter. Like I said, I have seen things where if you don't resolve these process properties right, sometimes weird stuff happens. All right. So let's save and close this and go ahead and redeploy your main process as a new version and try rerunning it. And 367, you fixed your problem. Sweet. And again, if I look at the HTTP connector, I can see you got a 200. And just in case you're curious, when you guys are running labs, and I need to check to see if your lab ran successfully, I don't log into your tenants and look. This is all I need to see. I can just go into your process report and go right to your HTTP connector, and the response document will tell me if your transactions went in successfully, and I can actually see the data that went in. I don't have to log into your tenant to actually view the time cards of the transactions or whatnot. This is everything I trust right here. Even when I'm testing my own integrations, I take a look at the response documents. I know how they should have gone in. And if I got a 200, what I see here is the truth. So I place very little faith in check marks. I place very little faith in green dot versus red dot, right? The response documents and the logging documents tell me everything I need to see, right? Did I build a good request document? Do I have a good response document, right? I trust process reporting. I don't trust anything else. Call me cynical. Radha, did you have a question? Sorry, I thought I saw you on mute. All right.
No.
Okay. All right. Awesome. All right. Did I miss anybody? Oh, wait, somebody's still running. I forget who it was. Is there anybody else who still wants me to take a look at theirs? Anything, even if it's not deployed yet, you're having a problem with deployment. You want me to take a look at anything? I don't know if this was everybody.
I think almost has done.
What was that, Rada?
There is no runs, Rick. I think every has done.
Okay. So everybody's done their run. Okay. Oh, well, wait, that's backwards. All right. Oh, 69 is missing. Ashwin. Oh, Ashwin's gone. I wonder if I scared off Ashwin. 74. 74 is missing. That was Central Ash. No. Don't even have a punch in board. That'll be a problem. So did I mention that you need to do the labs to pass the class? Right. This could be a problem. Right. And I think everybody else was all set. So I think that's it. So in the slides I gave you yesterday, after this lab that we just did for the punch import, there are some slides that talk about process reporting, but I already showed you process reporting, right? So it's the execution history and logs for a Boomi account, right? So what you're seeing here is for my Boomi account, everything that's running on all my tenants. And in a customer account, you'll see what's running in their prod and their non-prod, right? You'll see everything in here because it's for the account. You can always filter on a particular atom, like if you just want to focus on production, right? That way you don't have to see what's running in their other ones. You can always filter, but by default, it's what's running on all of the environments tied to that account. Right. It's process logging, it's connector logging. You have the ability to view the documents that flow through a connector. You have the ability to see exactly where in a process an exception occurred, right? You can see the exact execution path. So like after the decision of whether or not you want to delete the source file after processing, I could see that it did an SFTP connector with a download file operation. It didn't do the other SFTP connector that had the download file and delete operation. So I can see the exact execution path that it took. Right. If there was a something that caused the failure, it will be in bright pink across the top. And sometimes you can tell by looking at the message exactly what went wrong. If not, you can always view the documents that pass through these connectors, right? And what documents pass through these connectors. We can always view the process logs, which I don't like this little window, so I always download the logs for local viewing. But it's the shape by shape execution path and every message that each shape logged. And you know, here's a couple of examples of where things can go wrong. Here you can see that I'm going down into core processing, right? But as I look at core processing, I'm sorry, after core processing, as I'm going down into core processing, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm so tired. As I'm going down into core processing, it's finding a branch shape. And the branch shape is logging the fact that there are 0 documents in the flow. That's a problem, right? I can also see up here, I should have highlighted this, that whatever was before core processing returned 0 documents. So there's 0 documents in the flow. At some point, that's going to be a problem. And when you go down into core processing, one of the first things it's going to try and do is group the records. You can't group 0 documents. So what happened is it got to that grouping shape. It doesn't tell me it's the grouping shape, but it just throws some generic function exception, right? And so what happens is it was doing the branch shape and then it went into quote unquote cleanup. Cleanup is basically, and you can see it here, it's throwing the exception, right? And when you throw an exception, it gets caught by the try-catch up at the main process. And in the try-catch, you know, it's doing the run summary counts, it's doing the final callback that sets the integration to fail, right? So anytime you see cleanup in a log file, that's where things went wrong. Now I can also see that there were 0 documents. So this isn't a big pink error that shows up across the top of the process logs, but looking at this process logs, whenever I see a warning and a cleanup, that's something just went wrong. It's throwing an exception and it's going down an exception handling path, a try-catch, right? So this would be a clue as to maybe something that's going on. Here's another example, right? So source to stage, executing the map with 1 document. So there's a document going into source to stage. What's getting returned is 0 documents. So my source went into the source to stage map. What came out was nothing because there's no stage documents being returned. There's no error being shown here, but I expect that a stage record should have been returned, and it wasn't. So again, there's no big pink error message that's showing up across the top to show me that there's a problem. Well, I can tell you what the problem is. Later on, there would have been a problem because if you don't have any stage records, you won't be able to group them. You won't be able to build your JSON request document, and there won't be anything to post. But I had to go up higher above that failure to see that, I expected a stage document to get returned, but it never did. So the problem isn't down in my HTTP connector where I may have saw the error. The problem was actually higher because I never properly built my stage documents. Right? So practice reading process logs. You are going to be spending a lot of time in process logs. So practice looking at the documents that flow through connectors. Practice looking at process logs to make sure that documents are passing through the entire flow, right? And I can see the documents stopped passing through in the flow here. One document went into the map, no document came out. So there's a problem with source to stage, right? But practice reading process reports, practice reading good process reports, practice reading bad process reports. But as a new developer for Boomi, you're going to be spending a lot of time in process reports, unfortunately. All right. I am not going to do this today. I will start at this point tomorrow. But are there any last questions on the punch import? Did I miss anything? All right. So today was a heck of a day, right? We did a lot of build. And like I said at the very... Prashant, you got a question?
Yeah, I have one question. As we have selected that we are importing with the file, if in place of file, if we are we need to set up the connection with any device like the clock or any other third-party device. So how can we set up this thing?
I'm sorry. What was which one was yours?
375.
375.
Yeah, I have two. Yeah, one failed and one success. It's a duplicate record.
Okay. So I think we turned on the box to return application error responses. So you should have redeployed a new version of the main process and rerun it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like you've rerun it.
Yeah, I rerun it. Initially, it was success. You can check out the last port. 375. It is success, then it's failed again. Because of duplicate records.
Okay. So it failed again on the same reason, but this time I should see maybe something in the process logs.
No, it is failed because of the duplicate punches. It is showing.
It's showing duplicate punches.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's... Oh, I resorted in the wrong order. I'm sorry. What a dope. So, yeah, your punches went in fine. So because they went in fine, if you try and run this again, they won't go in fine. There'll be a 400, all duplicate punches. So that is as expected. Shailesh, I see your question in the chat. What is the due date for completing the independent lab, which we're going to do tomorrow? All right, so let's talk about what we're doing tomorrow. We're going to do a very quick lesson, and then a lesson on test mode, and then I'm going to hand you off to an independent lab. And the independent lab, I will probably, we won't take lunch. Because I'm gonna be handing you over to the lab just about at lunchtime. And then you have the whole rest of the day after lunch, which should be like 4 or 5 hours, to build the independent lab, and that should be enough time to build that. Should only take a couple of hours. So you should be able to finish it by this time tomorrow. If you don't, I'll work with you and yeah, make sure you do have enough time to finish it. But I'll talk about all that in the lab instructions tomorrow. But you should be able to finish tomorrow by the end of our normal end time for the class, whatever time that is for you. And I'm kind of brain dead to do time math right now. All right. Any other questions on this? All right, so that was a lot to do today. And again, you're probably not going to have to do this in the future very often. Most of what you're going to be doing after class is working with templates that have already been written. You won't have to build your own. But if you do have to build your own, this is the process for doing that. Now, I hope that you don't have to do this until you get some more experience with working with existing templates. To throw all of this at you when you're new developers is a lot to ask, and I appreciate that. But you know, hopefully that step-by-step instructions that I gave you will be helpful. All right, so with that, I'm not going to start the new lesson today. I think we've had enough for today. So we'll pick up from that point tomorrow morning. So have a good night, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks, Rick.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Rick. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.